Now. Live. Okay. Experiencing a little technical difficulties, everyone. Thanks for coming to Gangsta Talk. Okay, Max will be right with us in just a few minutes. Okay. All right. All right, y'all. Here we go.
Yeah, son. There's mad kids out there getting cream for the 9-5, bro. Yeah, and I've been doing this for a long time. You know, shoot the game, going for mine. Alright. And this is the year when mad cats get peeled. So I'ma spark this line, kick the reel. Bang him out. With all this chaos in the realms of the street, your local street dog got the big head speak. The average Joe's far too slow for the ghetto pro. You better know, when I hit the streets, I like to glow, I like to glisten. And at the same time, stay low, listen, motherfucker, thing. Why I'm pursuing a joke. My stilo is symbolic to a
Dan, cut the music.
I'm playing.
Max?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. Okay, Dan, let's start all over again. Recue the music.
All right.
Let me know when you got the music cued.
All right, ready?
All right, sorry about that, everybody. We had some technical difficulties, but we are ready to kick Gangsta Talk off right now. Welcome to this day's edition of Gangsta Talk. All right, Dan, hit it.
Yeah, son. There's mad kids out there getting cream for the 9-5, bro. Yeah, and I've been doing this for a long time. You know, shoot the game, going for mine. This is the year when mad cats get peeled. So I'ma spark this line, kick the reel. Bang him out. Chaos in the realms of the street. Your local street dog got the big head speak. The average Joe's far too slow. Pro, you better know. When I hit the streets, I like to glow, I like to glisten. And at the same time, stay low, listen, motherfucker. My stay low, listen to a kilo. Cat, pop, cookie, please, cop. Ain't that shit? Player that you live in rich for. Beyond to get down the floor. In 95, niggas stay up, feeling caps on the back. Stats, phone, and half, ready to get the glass. The ball that I'm fast, they wanna control me. Sneak from behind me, bust a kick in my back. They can't fuck me. They can see it coming like, hey, I know they rather see it free. But I'm like this, a Terminator, squeeze the lead off. Birds and downs like rounds, blow your head off. Hitting up spots, heating up blocks. Invest in the stocks like being blow crops. I'm out to get cream and ain't no doubt in my mind. Fuck this broke shit, I get down for mine. Someplace. Oh, hey, as I spray the make content and culture, this compared to hate. Pure, fucking right again. From home to boots, decapitated rappers in my truck. I'm sick, pumping stuff, bouncing with my. I'm keeping back what these clowns about putting keys in come on, get nickel black, my glass of waste, and they get down as well you see. I was back at Cheetahs, children was bagging cheerleaders. Same in the back. bringing the drama to the street. So I'm politically, I'm pure like the rock, like biscuit. I got the man at your broken. Let it go. I get down. I get
All right. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Gangsta Talk. I am Maximum Black, aka the Black Knight. I have the Dame with me as always, my partner in crime. First of all, before we get started, let's do a sound check. Can everybody hear me? Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Dame, let me know if you can hear me as well.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Chat, give me a 1 if you can hear the Black Knight before we get started. And if you see any ones in the chat, I can't see the chat right now.
I see 2 of them.
Okay, good. All right, everybody. Okay, good. All right, everybody, let's get this thing going. As you can see the title, you know, it is what it is. Talking about black women won't improve our situation as black men. I'm sick and tired of seeing brothers on social media cackle like women. We aren't improving anything. We aren't doing anything. Talking about black women isn't going to improve our situation. You know, sitting up here, looking at all of the things that are happening to us as black people, things that are happening to our children, things that are happening to our women, things that are happening to us as black people. We just elected monsters into public office who are going to be residing over us and making our lives a fucking living hell. And we got Negroes who's supposed to be doing something about something, don't give a damn. Making these damn videos about black women, making these goddamn videos about you just threw out a fucking relationship book about Negroes who fear rejection. Who gives a damn about that? I don't understand. Do you Negroes not see what the fuck is going on? Are you blind? Are you deaf? Dumb? What the fuck is going on? Do you not see what position we are in as black people? Do you not see what the fuck is going on? What in the hell is wrong with you niggers? We're in a lot of fucking trouble as black people. We need help. We need to get out of this situation. We need to get things straightened out. We need to become productive. That isn't going to save us. A lot of you Negroes don't sold out according to your party. You seem to feel that you got a job for the white man, so your coast is clear. So you can sit your punk ass up on social media and talk crazy about black women. Like everything is cool. It's not cool. Cooning isn't going to get you anywhere. Being a Sambo isn't going to get you anywhere.
Okay, Max, Okay, you digitizing computer look. Okay.
How about
No. You broke up. All right,
my back?
Max. Say something else.
How about now? My back?
Oh, okay. You back. You back.
Yeah, sorry about that, people. As I was saying, watching these podcasts, listening to some of these podcasts, these brothers seem to think that they live in some kind of white utopia, and that somehow they're not a nigga anymore. I guess if they say they don't identify with black, that makes them somebody else, and that the white man won't do anything to them, like the police will look the other way, or somehow racism no longer because you decided not to identify with being black. Well, that doesn't stop anything. You see, you can't wash off your black skin. Now, you can bleach it if you want, but at the end of the day, you're still going to be black. So you may as well get with it. There is no changing it. Now, I'm watching guys put up these big streams, wasting all of their time talking about women, black women. When as black men, you should be doing things to ensure the future of your race. You should be doing things to ensure the protection of your women and children. You should be doing things to ensure that your race becomes productive. You are the productive members of your race, the leaders of your race. Other men are doing things to make sure that their race gets ahead in this world. You are doing everything to make sure your race get wiped out, turning a blind eye to what's going on out here in society, like you don't see anything. Like the only important thing to you in this whole world is to talk bad about black women. You guys are a disgrace. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And who is going to respect? Nobody respects this. How many times have you been told that nobody respects you? And I just watched some fool pop up talking about he got his latest paperback about men fearing rejection. Who gives a fuck? We got kids getting their brains blown out all over the place. You see what's going on in hip hop? They're smoking these young rappers, these young black rappers. There's a war going on in hip hop right now. They're smoking these young black rappers left and right. Everywhere you turn, somebody is trying to put a bullet in us, and we supposed to give a fuck about your punk ass paperback about how men fear rejection? Nigga. How relevant is that up to what we're up against right now? And you got these coons hosting these damn shows like there's nothing going on. Like nothing is happening. Like, that's them over there. That's not us. Nah, Negro. Them over there, that's you too. You see, because your enemy sees you all the same. That's what you don't understand. You seem to think that your enemy favors one over the other. Well, he doesn't. To him, you ain't no different than the nigga that he just blew away. He's going to blow out the brains of a Negro that's wearing Timberland boots or Fendi or whatever, as well as a Negro that's dressed in a suit. Don't matter to him. All he cares about is that you a Negro. You seem to think something else is going on. Ain't nothing else going on. And you dumb niggas over here cooning. Do you not see who's in office? And you cooning? Like that's supposed to change something? They don't need you cooning anymore. They got what they want. They got what they need. They're getting ready to flood this place with these immigrants. And they're getting ready to turn it up on Negroes. You have no idea what's coming. And you Negroes are making podcast videos like you in some kind of white utopia, and you somehow are going to be saved from what's coming. And you think that talking bad about black women, right, get you some kind of shield. Well, it doesn't. All you're doing is showing everybody just how much of a disgrace you are, how much of a traitor you are to your own race. You think these white people respect you because you selling out your own race? They don't respect you. They can't even stand. Matter of fact, you sellouts, they hate the worst. If they had this all lined up, they'd kill you first. They hate you the worst. They don't respect you. They don't want you living around them. And who can blame? I wouldn't want to live around somebody who just, sold out his entire race. Men, women, and children. How the fuck you walk around like that's some kind of badge of honor? You don't seem to think anything's wrong with that. And you niggas are shameless. Y'all on the goddamn YouTube, wide open with it. Wide the fuck open. I'm a sellout. Hey, man, what's up with you? Man, I'm a sellout. Word? Yeah, I just sold out 150 black families yesterday. I'm working on 151. Hey, man, what's going on with you? Man, I'm a coon. Word? Yeah. I've been cooning it up for 32 years now. Hey, man, what's going on with you? Man, I'm a Sambo. Y'all proud of this shit. Y'all like this shit is some motherfucking fashion or some kind of what do you call that? Dang, when something, some kind of trend.
Mm-hmm. It's fashion.
Y'all done make selling out a damn trend. Y'all done make being Sambones and coons a damn trend. And have no shame in your game about it, walking around here shameless. Making these damn podcasts like you live in a motherfucking cartoon world. Like you don't see what the fuck is going on with your people. Who the fuck are you talking to? Like there's nothing happening. Like black people aren't suffering. Like young kids can't fucking walk down the street. Like black people can't even get pulled over by a fucking traffic stop without worrying about a life and death situation. And your punk ass sitting up here on social media talking about I just wrote a paperback book. Letting brothers know about rejection and how they shouldn't fear rejection and how to cope with rejection. What? What? Nigga, what planet do you live on? What planet do you live on where somebody actually gives a fuck about that? Seriously, with all of this shit that done went on, the pandemic, these monsters, that done got put in office with the coup and all this other shit going on. People have a lot of real uncertainty right now. We supposed to give a fuck about you writing some punk ass paperback book that helps black men with rejection? Nigga, if you don't be a black man and get your ass up off the sidelines and try to do something to help your people, there won't be any niggas left for you to try to teach about rejection. They are going to be dead. How about you teach them how to stay alive rather than worry about being rejected by a girl? You niggas with this high school shit is breaking my fucking heart. Get the fuck over it. Damn. It's 3 goddamn days. You still go to your You're your goddamn mind. I don't understand how you just ignore what the fuck is going on. See, I couldn't talk to none of you niggas, man. Ain't got no respect for none of you. Oh, fucking makeup wearing punk ass mannequin looking nigga. Think he's some kind of, ladies man. Some kind of player. You see, let me tell you something about being players and shit. Players ain't nothing but losers, my nigga. Players are losers. A womanizer is a loser. It's not a real man. It's not a respectable man. That's not a man that real men respect. Only you losers respect players. Because you're losers yourselves. So you can relate to losing. See? You got losers. What's that? What was that?
Background noise.
Yeah, just go on mute. You got losers respecting losers. You got losers wanting to be like other losers. I got to admit, the king losers or the leader of the losing group really has a serious argument. Right? Hey man, I'm the biggest loser of them all. Come lose with me. Here at Losers Are Us. Losers are who we be. We don't do nothing but lose. We are the best at losing. I guarantee you, once you read our book, no one will be able to lose better than you. You will become legendary at losing. People will be amazed at how incredible your losing streak is. People will marvel at your ability to lose consistently. They will tell stories for decades about how you lost. Always. They will remember your name. Your name will ring out. With a big L on it. Of course, the L stands for loser. So let me tell you something. These Macs, these players, these so-called relationship coaches, these guys are losers. You ever see one of these relationship coaches with a girl? You ever see one of these so-called Macs with a girlfriend? You see, niggas who sit up and talking about, man, don't love these hoes. can't keep a steady girl, can't get a steady girlfriend. See, a real man who has a woman don't talk like that because he can get a woman. He can get companionship from a woman, consistent companionship. You see, because that's what a real man wants. A real man wants that consistency with a woman. See, these brothers can't get that. So they get mad like a little kid. Man, fuck you. Ho. We don't love these hoes. They become these little mad, little angry children that grow up. But the mentality doesn't catch up to their age and size. See, they get bigger, they get older, but the mentality stays the same. So you can be educated and still have a childlike mentality. That doesn't affect your education. You can just be a smart kid. We got plenty of smart children, but they're still children, nonetheless. A lot of these dudes are childlike in the mind. I mean, come on, just look at the behavior. 45, 50 years old, worrying about who a black woman is laying down with. Are you serious? Men who get it, who have companionship from black women, don't worry about who the hell a woman is laying down with. They ain't laying down with me, so what business is that of mine? See, only these losers who can't get a woman who seem to think that women are scarce and they need to get one before there's none left. Even though we have all of these women that outnumber men, these dudes seem to think that at some point ain't gonna be enough women left to go around. Well, when you have a fucked up mentality like that, you're childlike, you're awkward, you don't know how to speak to women, you're a womanizer, you're a straight up fucking loser, then yeah, to you, the women are scarce. If there's any at all. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine them being any at all. And man, let me tell you something, man. Look, man. It's time to stop this BS. Uh. Mm. Okay, can everybody hear me? I think I just fell off here real quick.
No, we hear you.
Okay, and so like getting back to what I was saying, right? And so you niggas are losers, and you think is somehow going to have you to start winning. That's not how you win. And being non-productive isn't going to help your cause either. You guys are non-productive. Sick and tired of hearing you talk about women all the time. I mean, it's sickening. I'm really, really, really questioning. Are you guys... Well, then again, you know, I think we already have our answer. And we really don't have to question the sexuality of a lot of you. Because if all you're doing is talking about women all day, then I guess there's really nothing to question. But this doesn't improve our situation as black men. When are we going to start improving the situation for us as black men? We're still in the same position today that we've been in for the last several years. We are still in the losing position. And guess what? You making a podcast about black women last night, the night before, yesterday, didn't change that. Didn't change that one bit. We are still in a losing position. Black men are losing. We are the people that come in last in every race. If there's a race out there, we are coming in last. So what do we do? Well, we have to start thinking better. We have to start doing better. Not talking about it. We have to actually start putting some work behind what we say. So what's the first thing you do? Well, let's stop focusing on black women. Oh, wait a minute. What did you just say, Max? I said, let's stop focusing on black women. Are you fucking kidding me? I wouldn't know what to do with my life if I didn't talk about black women. I have nothing else to do. Nothing else matters to me but to talk about black women. Well, you see, that's the problem. Nothing else matters to you. That's the problem. See, all of that adds up to non-productivity. And it also is one of the reasons why we are in a losing position. And we're always coming in last. You don't even have to worry about if there's a race and black men are in it, you don't even have to wait for the outcome. You can pretty much go to the bookie and put your money down on black men coming in last. Seriously, you can be that confident because that's what we're going to do. We're going to come in last because we want to come in last. We want to come in last. We have no interest in being first. We have no interest in being second. Hell, we don't have any interest in placing in the top 20, maybe even the top 50 or the top 100. We want to be dead last. Dead last. We are comfortable with being last. We are comfortable with being non-productive. We are comfortable with not having anything. We are comfortable with not creating anything. We are comfortable with not doing anything or achieving anything or getting ahead in this world. We're not comfortable with winning. We are very comfortable with losing. We accept losing. We are good at it. And trust me, if you're on social media talking about black women and cackling like about black women like you some old black ladies, then you're losing. You aren't a winner. You're a loser. You're a loser because that's what losers do. You're a loser. And if you're out here calling black women hoes and bitches and saying that you don't love them, again, you're a loser. If you're out here writing so-called relationship books for black men to try to get black women, when you see all of this shit going on out here, when we need all hands on deck, then you're a loser too. I'm sick and tired of you dating coaches like what you do is something that we really fucking need. Like what you do is something important. Like what you do is actually going to stop white supremacy. So when the cop pulls up on a young brother on a traffic stop and he's ready to shoot this young brother because he's black, should the young brother say, hey, wait a minute, I have a relationship coach teaching me how to get black women? Should the officer then stop his racism? Should the racism stop? I just want to know. I'm just asking a question. I mean, you are a relationship, a dating coach like that. What does that mean? What does that actually do for black people? What does that do to help us against white supremacy? What, you're going to entertain the race soldiers with a couple of MacBooks? What, you're going to make him laugh or something like that and hope that he don't blow your brains out? What are you going to give your name so he can give to the race soldiers like, yo, such and such and such and such is my dating coach. Oh yeah, I heard about him. You know what? I'm not going to kill you today, Negro. I mean, I see this as a cop out. I see this as selling out. I see this as cowardice. When we need real black men to step to the plate and challenge white supremacy head on, get into these school systems, deal with our children. When we need brave black men to step to the plate, you guys take the coward way out and become relationship coaches. Like that's supposed to mean something. Like we're supposed to respect that. Hey, wait a minute. Let's hold up for a second. So and so is a relationship coach. What? What's that? It's supposed to be some guy that helps other guys to get women. What? Really? Yeah. That's actually a job, a profession. Well, I'm not sure if it's a profession or a job. I'm just saying. So when you look at all of the damn professions here in this country, the ones that are important, the ones that can really help us, when we go to other races of people, they men have professions that help them further their race, that help them solidify their race, fortify their race, allow their race to become prosperous. When you get to niggers, you look at the professions don't do anything. What the fuck is a relationship coach going to do? Is that going to help us earn more money? We own a 0.5% of all of the wealth in this country. Is that going to make that number go up? Because we have dating coaches, black dating coaches. I mean, of all of the worthless, homeless, to me, being a relationship coach is probably a shade away from being homeless. Because if you wasn't doing that, you would probably be on the street begging for change. Or you would probably be standing outside of fast food restaurants in a suit, holding the door open for people as they pass through, trying to make them feel obligated to give you a tip. Now, even though you haven't been hired by anyone, you're looking for a tip. Tips are usually associated with people who work. Not for people who don't work. So this is what I think of you. I think that if you wasn't a relationship coach, you would probably be holding doors open for people who go in and out of fast food restaurants. Or maybe sleeping on the ground somewhere in a high value area where there's a lot of upscale stores, right? Because I don't see you being a relationship coach as anything of importance or anything that can help black people. This definitely not something that can stop black people from losing. As a matter of fact, I think you're making the situation worse. Being a dating coach, helping young brothers lose. You're teaching them how to lose. Okay? You teaching them how to lose. Look, we didn't have dating coaches when I was growing up. We did it the man way. We did it the man way. We didn't have some punk ass, well, you know what, some dude with makeup on trying his best to look like a male mannequin. Tell us some old bullshit. This is what's wrong with black men now because you're immature, your priorities are all wrong. You need to see what's going on around you. No one is playing games with us. These people are trying to take us out. There's some real shit going on out here in the street. There's some real shit going on out here in the world. We need brave black men to get out here in this world to fight white supremacy on every fucking level. We don't have time for dating coaches. Because if we don't get our race straight, if we don't get something turned around for our race, there won't be nobody to fucking date. So in the grand scheme of things, what you do, as far as I'm concerned, is bullshit. It don't mean shit. And I wish you young brothers would stop balling and stop allowing your time to be stolen by these worthless ass dudes. These guys don't have no real job. They make money off of you. They prey on you. They sit in the house or they sit somewhere and they get donations, cash apps. That's how they make their money. They don't have a real job. These guys are non-productive. They're unproductive males. And they tell you a bunch of bullshit that don't work. Man, women ain't down for that corny shit. What the fuck they gonna tell you? Now I'm listening to some of these dating coaches, right? Talk. They don't never tell you anything that's going to work. And some of them just say shit that you should know already. One thing I've never heard none of them say is to have some damn respect and have self-control. Never heard any of them say that. Have some damn self-control. My thing is, you trying to teach dudes, young dudes, how to dominate women, but you're not teaching them how to not get dominated by white men. That's what you're not teaching them. You're not teaching them to become warriors and fight back and get out from under this domination of white men. Why aren't you teaching them that? Why aren't, instead of Mac books, how about books about courage? How about writing books about courage and fighting back and teaching these young boys to become warriors so they cannot be dominated by white men? How are you teaching black men to dominate black women and the black men themselves are being dominated by white men? So I guess you just said, you know what, fuck it. We're dominated by white men. If you can't beat them, join them. Well, since we scared to death of him and we ain't gonna do nothing to him, let's go and try to dominate the black woman. Well, the black woman ain't having it. You got her fucked up. She don't respect you, and she ain't gonna never yield to you because you're a coward, and you have accepted being dominated by white men. Ain't no black woman gonna submit to that. And she shouldn't. And she should always rebel against that. Punk ass Negroes done turned into bullies because you so afraid of the little white boy. Okay, you know what? Let's talk about that for a second. What kind of punk ass shit is? Well, I can't beat this white boy, but I can beat this black girl. Hey Ricky, man, what happened, man? I went downtown, and that white boy ran me out of there. Why? What? He pull a gun on you? No. Oh, he ain't pull no gun on you. What? He had a weapon? Nah, he ain't had no weapon. Oh, what? He had the cops with him? Nah, he ain't had no cop. Well, you said he ran you from downtown. Was it? Yeah, he ran my ass up out of there, man. I ran fast too. Okay, so what? He was driving a car. He was chasing you. No. Well, how did he run you from downtown? Oh, he just showed up. And I took off running. Oh, okay. So you were afraid of him. Yeah, man, scared to death. If I didn't bump into you, I'd probably still be running. Okay, well, so you afraid of this white boy. And so now you look to the black woman and be like, you know what? She's weaker than me. Society says she's weaker than me. Since I've been getting punked out, I'm gonna go punk her out. I'm gonna give my manhood back some kind of way. May as well get it back from her. Says I'm too terrified to run down on this white boy who seemed to have my heart in his back pocket. You know, man, y'all got to be the most disgraceful Negroes I've ever seen. And they say a coward die 1,000 deaths, but I guess y'all don't have a problem with that because being a coward, it's not a shameful thing for many of you. As a matter of fact, you've gotten so used to being a coward, you don't think anything's wrong with it. Hell, you looking at other people like they got a fucking problem when they call you a coward. Like, yo, you're a coward. And what's your point? Well, I mean, usually when you call somebody a coward, they have a problem with that. Well, I don't. Oh, well, okay, okay. So again, what kind of punk shit is that? That white boy done put his foot all the way up to his kneecap. Hell, it may be the goddamn. He may have put his foot in your ass all the way up to the top part of his hamstring by now. That white boy got foot, knee. No, he got foot, shin, knee, and thigh bone all in your ass. That white boy got his whole leg so deep in your ass, you look like an air cast around his leg. And so since you can't seem to remove his entire leg, you want to go try to bully the black woman. And then come on social media and make videos like we supposed to respect what you do. And some of you actually think that you're doing a service for black people. That's the sad part about it. Yeah, many of y'all actually think that you are doing a service for black people. When you're confusing our young boys, you're teaching our young boys to hate black women, and you call that a service? You call that something positive for black people? You call that improving our situation for the better? On what planet does all of this take place? On what planet does all of that make sense? Surely it's not this one. You couldn't possibly be talking about this planet. And you know what kills me is, even though I realize that many of you have, you know, accepted being a sissy, accepted being a coward. You've accepted being a big old pussy. You've accepted that. Hell, you made a culture out of it. You cowards got your own culture. Pretty soon you're going to be giving parades. The culture. The coward culture parade. Coward pride parade. The coward pride parade. We're going to be sitting there on the sideline watching you cowards parade down the street with pride. I mean, that's what's coming next, right? And so, since you have now, many of you absolutely have no problem with that. I've never seen that. I've never seen a person that absolutely has no problem with being a coward. I have to thank you guys because I've never knew a person like that existed until I came to social media. Now I see that it not only exists, but there's a whole horde of you. There is a legion of you. A legion of coons. A legion of cowards. A legion of coons, cowards, and sambos. We'll just call it the Legion of Coons. Hold on one second, y'all.
All right. Legions of coons, legion of cowards, a legion of scammers, a legion of lazy men. A legion of little boys. Yeah, even when they given an opportunity to do, they don't. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, so it's not just simply they don't know what to do, it's just that they don't want to do. They want to not do. They don't want to make any effort. All the stuff going around, all the stuff to talk about that's going around, they still fixated on women. They can't see beyond that. Don't want to see beyond that. They make a circular argument that no matter what's said, it'll come back to women. Because that's all they have to talk about. That's the only thing they're interested in. They don't want to improvement for themselves. They don't want improvement for their community. No, that requires work. They have to work on themselves. They got to work on the community. No. They want to fixate on something that they still don't have to do. That's why they fixate on the woman. You know, they don't. She got to do it. It's all about she doing and what she's not doing, what she is doing. Worrying too much about what she's doing instead of what are you doing. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to improve yourself? What are you going to do to improve the community? Shucks, what are you going to do to improve your household? So they running around with blinders on, or let me see, I forgot what they call it. It's contraptions they put on the side of the horse's eyes so the horse can face forward. So their focus is on the women, and they're not deviating from that, no matter what.
We got an echo there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that, y'all. I'm a little under the weather, so I had to deal with something real quick. But I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Type of one of you can hear me. Sound check.
All right. I can hear you from my end.
Just the man I want to see. Hey, Aaron, if you're still in the building, come on up. Hey, Dane, drop the link.
All right. Where's the link?
Yeah, so yeah, getting back to what I was saying. Yeah, and so we have to understand, and you know what, and I feel so sorry for Black women. As a matter of fact, we're gonna do a show live. I've been wanting to do this show for quite some time now. But if you ever get a chance, go back and look at the podcast I did called I Feel Sorry for Black Women Today. Now, I was raw when I did that. Okay, I was still brand new. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was still brand new. I'm thinking about doing it over, okay, to make it sound much better. But I was also thinking about doing a part 2, right? And I decided I am going to do a part 2, but I'm not going to do it by myself. I'm going to have some brothers up here with me. We're going to do that show live. And we're going to talk about how sorry we feel for Black women because of these sorry-ass Negroes. I really do feel bad for Black women. I don't know what y'all going to do. Because this crop of Black men that's out here today are some of the worst in the entire world. In the whole world. And that's no exaggeration. I mean, the pitiful mentality that they have, the willingness to join the enemy, so eager to sell their people out, have no shame in selling their own people out. No shame whatsoever. Have absolutely no problem with being a coward. Absolutely no issue with disparaging Black women, having no issue with as many boys becoming effeminate and feminine as possible, have no issue with helping white supremacy, destroy the masculinity in Black men. A lot of these guys that have these male hen house shows with all these dudes on it, they're aiding white supremacy in destroying masculinity. They're helping with that. Y'all think it's feminist. No, it's these dudes. Because they're trying to make Black men become passive. A lot of these guys are bisexuals. They homos. So they are trying to teach young boys to not respect their sexuality, trying to teach them that there's nothing good that can come from being masculine, being strong. They're trying to make that in the minds of a lot of our young boys something awful to be or something bad to be. But it's great to be gay. It's great to be it's great for men to love other men. It's great for men to have sexual thoughts about other men. This is the way of the future. These are the things that they're selling our young brothers. And this is what effectively destroys the warrior within the black race. This is what gets rid of our warrior class. Okay? This kind of poisonous programming. And the fact that we have so many things going on here in this country, and you can still have brothers who get up nonchalantly every day and make negative podcasts about black women and about black people in general, blows me away. I was watching some dude called LR, whatever his name, Movement. Man, are you kidding me? Seriously. But then again, you know, these guys, you can't really stop them because they feel that they have a right to their opinion and say what they want to say. Yes, they do, but so do we. We have a right to express ourselves too. And if we don't like it, we don't like it. I don't like none of it. And I think that you're crazy for doing these kinds of podcasts to begin with all of this stuff that's going on with black people. Mr. Collins, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, Max? Hey, Dame.
Hello?
Hey, man. Man, I don't see anything getting better for us, my brother. You know, I was watching, I was looking at something yesterday. And when you look at what's going on with us as black people, right? I'm thinking at least some brothers will get together and say, hey, you know what? It's time we start looking into this thing because our young kids are getting smoked. They're getting killed. They done started a war right in front of everybody's face on black rappers. And it's made to look like the rappers are killing each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, because I think I just did a video about the recent killings of King Von and MO3
Right,
and
right.
these guys, and it's like yeah, hip hop, and I know you did a show about hip hop yesterday. It's just not the same anymore. I mean, it is literally the same, and
it's basically it's a setup, right? Gangsta rap was a setup from day one, because if you're used to these rappers rapping about gangster talk, gangster rap, right? If you're used to them talking about violence, if you're used to them talking about they shooting people, whatever, right? They gets to a point where once that shit start happening, you don't think anything of it. So it's a perfect cover for them to kill black rappers.
Yep.
And then you don't think anything of it. You think the rappers are doing it to each other. Because all they talk about is killing and violence. You get it.
It's basically lyrical black on black crime.
Right. And the thing about it is, a lot of these cats that talk like this on the radio or the rap music, they're not even built like that.
Nope.
They don't go out and do those things.
I knew you was going to say something like that. No, I literally pretty much read your mind just as you said that, and you're right. They're not built that way. They're not they're what we call studio gangsters. They'll be in the studio rapping about it, but as soon as they get out on the street, they'll probably be with an entourage or just be as quiet as a church house mouse.
Yeah. And so when they get smoked by a race soldier, you think they built like that, and you think that one of their rivals did it. But a lot of these kids are getting smoked by race soldiers, undercover race soldiers. And some of them race soldiers are black.
Yep.
You see, your enemy is smart. You're not dealing with a dumb enemy.
Nope.
They know it would be obvious if they had white boys smoke these rappers. That would be too easy. No, they got race soldiers. A lot of these race soldiers are black.
Yep.
White supremacy has their own little black army.
They sure do. They don't always go. Then they don't always go as what they are. They don't always go in uniform. They'll actually put on a gang uniform, like they'll put on either a red rag or a blue rag or something, and just go as a normal civilian.
Yeah, they got their own little black. They got their own little black army. They got their own little coons that kill black people for them.
Yep.
And the thing about it is, when you see a black rapper killing another black rapper, you don't think race soldier. You think black on black crime, just crazy niggas killing crazy niggas. That's what they get because that's what they rapped about. No, a lot of them are race soldiers that work for white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this was all set up by gangster rap. And young black kids think being rapping gangster, is something to be proud of or whatever. But when you start talking about killing each other, doing drugs, selling drugs, and womanizing women and all that, right? People tend to think that that's what you about. Like 50 Cent, right? 50 Cent got shot 9 times. Now 50 ain't in the game no more, but 50 is a real life street gangster. He does come out of the street, but he left that lifestyle behind, right? And so you look at it this way. Cats who was really about that life, who try to leave it behind, versus cats who glorify it. That should tell you something right there. That the ones who are glorifying it, right, they really ain't about it like that. Like, you don't hear nobody no more trying to glorify this shit. You don't hear 50 rapping about other shit now. He rapping about life. He trying to make love raps, and he ain't rapping about that shit no more. Master P and them ain't rapping about that shit no more. That's these young boys that they trying to sell this lifestyle to, so they can set them up and smoke them. Only people you see with this shit now is these young boys. You don't see none of the more veteran rappers doing this shit no more.
Nope.
Hold on 1 second. Dane.
Yes.
Dane.
Yes.
Take over. 1 second, I'll be right back. Take over for me, I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I did see the surge in young rappers dying. Some of them I never even heard of. Well, actually, all of them pretty much I hadn't heard of before. And I'm like, what is going on here?
A lot of these new guys, these are some relatively like the guys I mentioned, like they pretty much died within like either months or weeks of each other. Like King Von, Mo3, RBG Duck, they pretty much died within maybe months of each other. I know Mo3 and Von like within a week, and then even then a year before that, actually earlier in 2020, you had out here in LA, the rapper named Pop Smoke, he got murdered. And he got murdered in, of all places, in a place that you would never expect. He was killed in the Hollywood Hills.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. And I was like, I said, what is going on? At first, it seemed to be just like one area, like it was in Texas. Texas. Like, oh, what's going on in Texas?
Yeah, that's where Mo3 got murdered. And he was and he got killed in I used to live in Dallas, and the area he was killed in, I know that neighborhood very well.
Mm-hmm.
He was killed in broad daylight on 35, which is a major freeway.
That was a surprising kicker. I said, that's a little unusual. That doesn't happen often.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I said, I was like, I would think somebody is setting it up. I'd be like, are they getting killed by cops? and cops are just trying to make it look like they killing each other.
Yeah, and as far as I know, is Mo3. He was beefing with some other Dallas rappers, which I'm somewhat familiar with. But yeah, the police probably could have set that up too.
Hmm. Yeah, and I was like, and why are these just coming up are getting killed off? Usually, it's not unless they gain affiliated, and usually not till they start coming up. I mean, until they reach a certain level. But maybe it's the reverse. Get them while they still 1 foot in one area, another foot in the other.
Hmm.
And at first, I thought it was like one particular producer, because seemed like all of Boosie's rappers that he's producing it was getting killed.
Well, interesting. You should mention that
Hmm.
because the guy Dallas I mentioned, Mo3, he was associated with Boosie. And man, fact, him and Boosie, I think they did an album together. So yeah, it's ironic you should mention Little Boosie.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mo3 was associated with him. And yeah, and then you know what, Dame, it's just so brazen too. It's like they don't even try to hide it. Now they practically get on social media and brag about it.
Hmm.
Because right
Yeah.
after MOT got killed, another dude that was in the I forget his name. He was part of the opposing army. He was practically talking about the traffic that was on 35 at the time. This is like a few minutes after
Hmm.
he was. His I think his body was still on the freeway then.
Uh-huh.
So it's like they darn near snitching on themselves or they know something about it,
Hmm.
and it's like they don't even care. They don't even try to hide it.
Yeah, yeah. But that means to me that means you sending a message out to somebody. Or who you sending the message out to.
Right. In the case of King Von, he was in Atlanta, and it was said that he was talking about pulling up on some dude. I forget the guy's name. They talk about pulling up on each other. So he
Hmm.
actually went out there to go fight the dude. So his friend that was with him, he had a gun. He got out of the car and just gunned King Von down. So you never know who people have with them.
Hmm.
I mean, so you got this culture. It's all part of this cancel culture. You got people
Hmm.
pulling up on each other, and some of them are actually doing it. They meeting up to fight. They get on social media and Twitter, say, "Yeah, let's meet up, bitch, or something. Let's get in the street then. Let's see if you got these hands." And then they'll actually they actually meet up with each other, and some of them don't come just to fight. They come with other motives.
Yeah. Cause I was saying they're talking about come and get these hands, but the hands turn into gunfire. And
Yeah,
don't forget the comedian who got killed. I guess he was making fun of one of them, or those, and they went after him.
which comedian?
Oh dang, I can't remember the name. Cause I never heard this comedian until this all came up. I'm sure. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm sorry about that.
How
Uh,
long ago did that happen?
but about a month, maybe 2 months ago. Mm, yeah, yeah. Who's that comedian? I think he was killed while he was doing, I think, a Twitter or Instagram live.
So he was in the middle of actually doing a show, and they got him.
I think he was just on well, some say he was in the middle of a show. I thought he was just doing, a regular live. You know how people be doing lives on themselves. Because it was confusing when they said show. I thought he was doing a show like on stage, his comedian thing, and they got him then. But from the video I seen, it seemed like he was doing a a live, just regular live, and they came after him while he was in his apartment doing a live. So it gets a little confusing. I guess with all the lives, it used to be when a comedian did things live, it was
Yeah, you up there, and he's up there making jokes about the dude. I mean, I'm not saying that
okay.
should have been
Okay,
killed.
yeah, a Philly comedian killed on live after dissing OPPS Christmas Eve.
OPPS.
Oh,
Was that the name of a rapper?
I think yeah, I believe so. Man, what? Yeah, 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 I believe so. Yeah.
What was the name of the comedian?
Okay. Let's see. Uh, Daewoo Scrub.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess the next question I got is, how do they find him?
Don't know. I think because he was doing a live near his place, you know, they from the sound of it, they recognize the background, or you know the location from the background. I don't know if it was the building or just the cityscape background, and they figure out where he was and they went.
So I guess he was outside then.
Yeah, because all the scenes was him running outside.
No,
Or
they
he
probably
was
should.
briefly in the house or in his apartment, and then next thing you know, he's running outside. I was like, dang, he's on a live. They know he's on a live, and they still did it. I said, no fear of getting caught.
Or did they catch the killers who did it?
Uh, I'm just assuming so. To me, it was just getting crazy. Let's see. Let me review the update. Okay. I don't seem to see any update on it. Oh, okay. Somebody must have had a typo. FBG Duck. Okay.
Yeah, FBG Duck. He was one of the rappers I mentioned got killed. He got killed,
Yeah,
in Chicago on the Gold Coast.
yeah. That was who the comedian was dissing.
Oh, he was just an FBG Duck.
hmm
Yeah, FBG. But the comedian was in Philadelphia.
Uh, no, they said Philadelphia comedian. Oh, dang it! I want to be pulling that up. I always have to fight with the automatic video play. Let's see. Okay, the guys were masked that killed him. Let's see what else. No, as far as I know, the killers ain't been caught. Yeah, because sometimes I try to backtrack, um, and check to see if there's any updates. Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
well, I'll tell you what.
Mhm.
Somebody gonna talk.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's only a matter of time. Somebody gonna talk.
Yep. Are they gonna tell somebody? Who's gonna tell somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cause you know, because you know they don't know how to keep their mouth shut. They basically snitch on themselves.
Mhm. Yeah. Or they'll get drunk, or too high, and
And
be.
then yeah, man, we smoked that nigga, man. Yeah, he was talking shit, nigga. We ran up on him. He didn't even see it coming.
Mhm.
And somebody gonna figure it
He
out.
saw it coming. He tried to run, but he can't outrun us. That's what he get. That's probably what be saying.
Mhm.
uh,
Yep. Somebody gonna record them. Either record them or memorize everything they said secretly. And you know,
uh,
folks gonna tell it.
one day, years later, or a year later, they're gonna be on something like Vlad, and he'll ask a few questions, and next thing you know, they spilling their guts.
And you know what? Recently, they tried to they tried to come for Vlad saying that he's snitching on people. No, Vlad didn't snitch on people. Yeah, he's a culture vulture, true enough, but he just provided the platform. They the ones who come out there and spill, like you said, spill their guts. They the ones who open up their mouth and talk too damn much. They're the ones who say that. He don't have a script or something and tell them what to say. They do that on their own.
Yeah, they don't have to say nothing.
Hmm. See, I think Vlad just know how to word things in a way. See, he's been doing this long enough, so he know how to ask questions in a way where it's not directly asking you.
Yeah, yeah. I can see how the question would go right about now. It'd be like you close to, oh shucks, I forgot that rapper's name already. You close to such and
F,
such.
FBG Duck,
BG Dub. You know,
yeah,
how did
Duck,
you
yeah.
feel when he got killed? And and then probably go in about, and what do you think about, the comedian that was making fun of, and that's all it'll take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. What you think about? Yeah, that comedian. He was running his head about him. Yeah, you know he got what he deserved. You know, shit, he didn't see it coming either. Now see, now
And,
the way the rapper may say it, he may say it in a way where he may not directly incriminate himself, but he'll say just enough for people to be like, well, how do you know he was running?
mhm,
How do you know he didn't see it coming?
yeah,
Uh-huh.
uh-huh.
See, then they'll be like, oh, so what you know about this?
See,
And
without the Big Mamas and the Medias, Big Mama Medea always have that nosy friend or nosy neighbor. And as a
mhm,
kid, you had to learn how to talk with them without telling your family business. And you
yep,
learn over the years what to say, what not to say, how much not to say. Because shoot,
yep,
sometimes the really skilled ones can go by what you don't say. and stuff like
Exactly.
that.
And check this out, Dan. You just in case you don't know. Oh yeah, the feds do be watching. See, the
Mm-hmm.
FBI, they have their top analysts and profilers just watching, and they know how to break words down. They know how to break down certain phrases and sayings, and they know how to go through with a fine tooth comb, and they do it very well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
the feds do be paying attention.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, in New York City, the NYPD even had a special division called the Hip Hop Police.
What? For real?
Mm-hmm. There was this guy, I think Vlad interviewed him. He was known as a hip hop cop. And
Oh.
they talked about how they put cases on a lot of these rappers, and some of these rappers got indicted and stuff for things, for some serious stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, because this next generation of rappers seem to always have some kind of connection to
Yep.
the drug industry.
Yep. No, just like that old song from Run DMC that said, "You talk too much and you never shut up."
And wait a minute, didn't Houdini did something where let me see, Mouth Almighty, Tongue Everlasting. Oh,
I never heard that song before, but
I'm
it
trying to
makes sense.
remember the exact song, but that
I,
phrase, cause
I've
my
heard that phrase.
cause my uncles like to play that when they feel like I'm talking too much. Instead of telling me straight out, shut up, they'll play one of these. And let
Yeah,
me
I've heard
see.
that phrase before.
I think it was Houdini. I'm not positive, but the part of the song when mouth everlasting. Oh, let me see. Mouth almighty, tongue everlasting. Ain't ain't word till something happen. Or won't stop until something happens. Something like that. Oh, you got a big mouth. A big mouth. Got a big mouth. Okay. I think they're talking about gossipers. Well, DMC is just talking about somebody just talk too much. Talk. You can't get a word in edgewise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Now you made me think about it. Now I want to look for it. I wonder DJ Music is still in. If he recognized that phrasing from that song. Oh well. I'll just probably have to Google it.
I was thinking about earlier what Max was saying about how these dudes they get they jollies and rocks off of um bullying their own and coming up and bowing up against black women, but they won't bow up against this white dude. And I think
Mm-hmm.
about these same dudes. They got all this energy, they got all this vitriol, they talk all this noise in the street, but you see all the bitch come out of them when it comes to the police.
Mm-hmm.
When they, matter of fact, when they in the court and they get hit with them long sentences, you see them falling all over the ground, snotting and crying all kind of crocodile tears and fainting and everything. Oh, but y'all top gangsters in the street though. Y'all got big nuts. I mean, y'all was the shit. And now all of a sudden, you break down and show what you really made of. Mm-hmm.
Well,
What happened to being the top gangster? What happened to being that the head dog? What happened to being the OG?
because it's an unfamiliar thing. Okay, they got used to just about everything but the prison, and
Well,
then once they
I
did
take,
that, they'll get used to that too.
yeah, I take that back about the OGs because two OGs they know how to conduct and handle themselves. Matter of
Mm-hmm.
fact, the OGs they the ones who usually try to tell these little knuckleheads, hey, don't go down my road. I
Mm-hmm.
already been down this road. It ain't nothing nice. Y'all need to sit your little asses down and learn something. But see, they don't like listening to the OGs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, well, most of the older G's were from the older generation. They usually complain about these young G's, the young guns, because hey, they were in that time where they fought with their fists. Guns was last resort, or guns was about business, or protecting. And now it seems like guns use it for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Out you yelling at each other, pulling out a gun,
Yeah,
instead of just fighting it out, win and lose. Or if they do get in a fist fight and they lose, they go in for their gun.
exactly. They use the guns as a substitute for the fist. And like,
Mhm.
yep, you just said it, Frank. Dame, I was just about to say that too. And when you start getting the best of one of them, and his ego start getting shattered because his boys is watching, then you want to pull out the heat
Mhm.
instead of it being losing a fair and living to see another day. Instead of they can't take an ass whooping, but they can start a fight, but they can't take an ass whooping.
Mhm.
And then it really don't help when the boys just getting on their case, be like, man, you gonna let that little nigga do that to you? Look at you, man. You gonna let him do you like that? You know who you are, man. He punked you in front of everybody. You gonna let him get away with that shit? And then you hype him up. And then
Mhm.
once again he all up in his little fee-fees. He already his feelings is hurt. He already embarrassed. Then he go look for the dude who just whooped his ass and gun him down.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then the dudes who egged him on, they know where to be found. Because when he get caught, I guarantee they ain't gonna put no money on his books or his commissary. Matter of fact, they gonna deny it. Be like, shoot, I didn't tell him to go shoot that dude.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why a lot of time they respond while they still hot.
Mm-hmm.
The little guys in his ears, instead of cooling down, be like, wondering why he all up in his ear. If he think he can do better, you go beat up the dude. Because sometimes afraid, if it was me, I wouldn't let that happen to me. You know, yeah. Pride comes before the fall. Yeah, so even the OGs in the gangsters are they like these young guns are weak because they too quick to use a gun for everything.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then yeah, in this case, weak meaning that they don't necessarily mean physical strength, meaning like you said, mentally they are weak because they they
Mm-hmm.
don't have, they don't have the constitution or the self control to pull out.
Mm-hmm. And I'm back. I'm back, y'all. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I had to. Oh, dang, we got an echo. You got an echo going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so yeah, definitely mentally weak. As a matter of fact, you can see where the mental weakness is coming from, right? When you look
Yeah,
at how these brothers behave here on social media, when you have 8, 9 men on a panel and y'all all attacking one woman, that's mental weakness right there. That's not only mental weakness, but that's emotional weakness as well. So you
I
have two for the price of one. Uh huh.
yeah, I literally just saw that too.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about it is that it's not shamed. I guess people probably feel that it's no harm, no foul because it's on social media. They're not physically harming the sister. But let me tell you something. That's doing a lot of damage to the mentality of young boys because they look at this and they think it's acceptable behavior and they carry this into real life towards other women. Then
Yep,
next thing you know, you got 15 boys jumping one girl over some sneakers.
and that happened in
They,
Harlem too
right.
last year, I think.
Right. Next thing you know, you got boys who are so disgusted with women because of what they learned from these guys. They're knocking a girl upside the head with a skateboard. See, that's how destructive what they're doing. That's how destructive it is. Understand, they're not the ones who are going to carry out these acts of aggression in real life. It's these young boys. And these young boys are the ones that they are influencing. That's why guys like this are extremely dangerous. And that their message should be challenged at every turn, because these young boys have the heart to go out into real life and commit these acts of aggression against Black women. And if they have this shit in their mind, again, this is how, look, you got 8, 9 guys on the panel, right? All jumping one woman. So they see that this is acceptable behavior. Now you got 8, 9, 10, 15 boys jumping one girl in real life. There's your connection right there. That's what this creates. Go ahead.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It's all parallel to each other. And these dudes get on social media. That's basically all they are. They're social. That's pretty much what we all call, the manoqueer is they all they all online gangsters. They all cool. They all real tough when they hide behind avatars and fake names.
Right.
But I bet you we probably stand next to these same dudes every single day and don't know nothing.
Don't know nothing. They're quiet as a mouse. I call them YT gangsters. These are YT gangsters. YT stands for YouTube. YT gangsters. Like like Aaron said, they real tough and rough behind the keyboard.
Yep, keyboard warriors. Yep.
Yeah, around this keyboard. Man, I've heard these guys really get loud. Man, boy, they get loud. They scream on you. First of all, they have the emotions of a pregnant woman. Okay, let's get that out there. They have the emotions of a pregnant woman, and then 2, they get real tough. Man, I'll do this to you. I'll do that to you. Talking about where you at, like that's actually going to happen. You see, why do Black people stop falling for that? These guys aren't going to bust a grape. Ain't nobody going to meet nobody at no airport. Ain't nobody showing up. Ain't nobody pulling them up. And even the ones that so-called, right, try to prove that they're tough and say that they rolled up on somebody, they know who they rolling up on. They know the person that they rolling up on ain't going to do a damn thing. They know, matter of fact, trust me, they know the person that they rolling up on.
Now,
so don't be fooled by that either. Huh?
Now, say they did get the nuts, right? And they think they got the nuts and go to the airport, right, to meet somebody. And just so happened the person at the airport knew they was coming and was prepared for them as soon as they got there.
That don't happen, man. People, let me tell y'all something, Black people. That stuff don't happen, man. Ain't nobody. Now, if somebody gonna roll down on you, they're gonna roll down on you. They're not gonna be on some arguing back and forth. Well, then again, these kids are so crazy now. They'll smoke you and then come on social media and make a video about it.
We were just talking about that, me and Dwayne.
Yeah. Right. And so, but ain't nobody coming to me like for example, I heard a couple of arguments about where you at? I'll do this in real life. No, you don't.
For real.
I wish they kill me with this shit. Oh, I do this for real. No, you don't. Because if you did it for real, you wouldn't be talking about it.
Exactly. Real warriors don't tell their secrets. Oh, so I know what you do. So now that I know what you do, oh, thank you for telling me your secrets. Now I know how to deal with you. Keep talking.
And then you got some who've been in the military, right? I guess they use the military as a backdrop of toughness for us to legitimize their so-called toughness. Okay,
but they didn't do they didn't go into the field. They was actually the secretary of the military, or they worked in the mess hall.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't get into it with these guys. I'm not into this. I'll fuck you up, and I'm not into all that.
Right.
There's only one dude I had a problem with on here that I actually lowered myself because he made me so angry because he's such a punk and a pussy. that I had a big argument with him in the back chat. That was the only motherfucker I would say, look, I will whoop your ass. That was the only motherfucker I said that to on here, but that was in the back chat.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't get into it with these guys. I'm not about all of this YouTube gangster shit, whatever. If you're going to do something to somebody, you're going to roll up, then roll up and do it. Don't sit up here and tell me, oh, I'll meet you at the airport. Nigga, you scared to show up at the airport. You come on, man. That's young boy shit. That's high school shit. Ain't nobody going to do nothing.
Oh,
and they
so
really,
I was going to say, so you're going to show up to this white man's airport and think you're going to clown. Yeah, okay.
But here's my thing is, when you bring a white boy on here, these keyboard warriors, they won't say nothing.
Yep.
They won't say nothing. I remember when JB Gunner came on RBR, right? Niggas was scared of him. The only ones that was talking back to him were the black women. The black women were the only ones that wasn't afraid of him. The brothers were afraid of him. Oh, you didn't want to say nothing to JB Gunner. Yeah, you know, you didn't want, when JB Gunner showed up on RBR, and a lot of you brothers was in there, and he was talking shit, y'all didn't say shit. It was just me and a couple of the females was the only one that didn't give a fuck about him.
Yeah, that recently happened on one of those Manosphere channels. They had some white boy come up there, respect them on their own platform, and they didn't say nothing.
Yeah. The thing about it is, y'all won't do this keyboard warrior shit on these white boys.
Nope.
See, y'all scared of them, but you want to go try to hurt another black family by taking another black man away from what he's supposed to be doing as a black man. You want to go snuff his life out and take him away from his family, his loved ones, his kids. But you won't say shit about that white boy. And don't tell me, well, you should have been talking shit. Well, white boys talk shit too.
Yep. And not only do they own, not only will they show up, but they own the platform that you talking shit on.
Exactly. They talk shit too. The problem is, right, you act like you don't hear him and you scared to say something back to him. I don't never hear y'all say, well, you know what, he talking shit. They talk shit on y'all too. Y'all don't say shit to them. You don't say nothing to them. You don't say, well, they talking shit. You don't say that.
You know what? The only other brother I can say other than you, Max, that will go at it with these white boys, probably I could say will probably be none other than Taz.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Taz. Taz is the GOAT. That's the man.
Taz, he really is the GOAT. And people could say, oh man, why you jock now? Ain't got nothing to do with riding jock. But see, I recognize recognize real. And I'm like, I recognize, Taz, he's the one. They actually, when Taz first got on here, and shout out to Taz, they really had a problem with him as soon as he came on this platform because it was just something about it. It's like, no, I'm like, when I first heard him, I'm like, this cat, he don't talk like a lot of these other dudes. It's a certain realness about him.
Yeah, Taz is the real deal.
Yeah, I think Taz
I remember when they so-called excommunicated him from the Manosphere. Everybody was like, wow, what's that all about? You know what I'm saying? But the Manosphere is a bunch of punks anyway. I mean, why would you nobody wants to be associated with them any goddamn way. So
he was never part of the Manosphere to begin with. He went and destroyed them. Now, there's a few cats in the Manosphere that I gotta admit that I cut for. Like I never really had an issue with O'Shea. O'Shea, and I think O'Shea, I really think that he was actually trying to do something better, but he's just the exception. But a lot of those other cats, I can't.
Well, O'Shea is cool. O'Shea pretty much is, he does O'Shea. O'Shea don't really get into none of this small shit, He just O'Shea. I remember he did a podcast that I actually got something from, when he was talking about African people and black people and talking about infrastructure. As a matter of fact, when I talk about smart people, I actually got that from O'Shea. He was the one that mentioned, talking about smart people, smart black people, and what we should, and what they should be doing. But he had a podcast that I thought was very interesting a while back. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got love for O'Shea. I mean, a matter of fact, O'Shea is actually the one. He actually reached out to me, and I'm like, that was that right there. That meant that actually meant something to me because I know O'Shea only he only deals with with major content creators, and for him to reach out to me because I mean, when it comes to this Black YouTube, I really still consider myself like a small fish in a big YouTube Black sector ocean. But
yeah. Well, me, man, I'm working on my own thing. Because I don't go on panels no more. I found out a lot of people on here were phony. People I thought was cool with me and stuff. They wasn't nothing but backstabbers. I had a lot of issues that happened with certain people. And some people I still can't believe they went out the way they went out. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? And so, we're just focusing on doing our own thing and building our own brand over here. It's going to take us some time. We're still bumbling and bumbling. We're still trying to figure this thing out. But we will get it figured out. You know what I'm saying?
And that's one of the reasons why I be coming to E Nation, because I'm like, man, I finally got a chance to find a group of people who got love for Black women. And I'm not saying that E Nation is the only one, but you got a whole platform dedicated. I'm like, yeah, I can get with this.
Yeah, and then also it promotes positive relations. Not just we love Black women, but it also promotes positive relations between Black men and Black women. We want good brothers in here too. Yeah. Okay, good brothers in here to communicate with the sisters. You know what I'm saying? We want to get rid of that. There's no good Black men out here. Yes, there's plenty of good brothers out here.
Yeah.
And so we want to attract good brothers in here, upstanding brothers to communicate with the sisters, to build up positive relations with these sisters, so that they can see that we do have good brothers out here with their heads screwed on straight.
Yep. And you got the manosphere pretty much imploding on itself. Well, now I hear that you got 3 different manospheres, 3.0, and now you heard about that. Now it then caved in on itself.
Well, yeah, it's pretty much a money grab, especially what happened with Kevin Samuels and then the other gay dude, and it pretty much blew up in their face, And I personally, I was over there for a brief moment, and I didn't agree with them guys then. I don't agree with them now, and I never will agree with them. And it's no accident that I didn't last over there at all. Understand something, Aaron. When I came to YouTube, I was actually on YouTube for a long time. I just wasn't on this side. Right. I came from the conscious community. So I was over there with the conscious community, over there with the Black woman, the scar theory, all the science behind that, whatever. So when I came over, So when I got tired of them clowns over there scamming Black people, I said, you know what, I'm out of here. Right. And when I came to this part of BlackTube, and I found Nyla Says. I thought Nyla's channel was the shit. You know what I'm saying? And I really loved her channel and still do. Shout out to Nyla. And
Lady Goat.
Love you, Nyla.
Yeah,
love you, Nyla. And so her channel was the first channel I made a home at. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I saw everybody. I saw the Gabs and I saw the Tazes, and I started seeing all these other brothers and stuff, right? And that's when I started getting turned on to this part of YouTube. And, coming from that, and coming from that Black woman is God thing, and I always had a healthy respect for Black women anyway. When I started hearing brothers talk crazy about Black women, that shit was foreign to me. I'm like, what's wrong with these niggas?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the hell's going on over here?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I was confused, man. I'm hearing niggas like, what? And then some of the dudes I was supposed to be rolling with, I found out that they were weak as shit, man, talking about, oh, man, you can't be like that, Max. You got to understand something, man. We hurt. We got to feel each other's pain. I'm like, what?
Sound like some moist stuff. Okay, all right,
Yeah,
y'all.
like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, and then, you know, when I went on panels, and the niggas were weak, man, I was like, man, you niggas are terrible.
For real. Y'all need
Talking about,
like they need a support group or something.
yeah, man, I heard motherfuckers talking about, man, my woman won't let me do this. The black woman won't let me do this. The black woman won't let me. What the fuck you mean, yo, woman won't let you do this, or the black one? What kind of? I didn't know what kind of talk this was. So I was confused for a long period of time when I was over here, man. And I didn't have a channel then. I was just floating around from channel to channel, you know. And the first channel I got on was Gab Talk Media, and then said some things, and then started getting on other channels and going on the panels, having fights and shit. And then eventually I realized when I got my own channel, I saw how phony people. Now, I didn't see the phoniness until I got my own channel. When I got my own channel and when I was behind the scenes and I found out how niggas are really getting down, it blew my mind, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You gonna tell me you niggas is putting on a front? And y'all really ain't about it like that?
Yep.
Oh, man. Oh, dude, man. I was like, what the, yo. And then, you know, actually what happened to me on YouTube was probably the best thing that happened to me. Getting stabbed in the back, having people turn on me. And it's cool because, you know, people don't know me. They don't know how cool of a person I really am in real life. So it's cool. So I don't really worry about what they think because they don't know me like that. So, but it was like the best thing that happened to me because now I see how people are. Now I really understand YouTube and what's going on. Probably if that didn't happen to me, I would have still been thinking some kind of way. But because that happened to me and I got stabbed in the back and stabbed in the face like that.
Yeah.
And then the people turned around and came right back into my chat after they stabbed me in the back. Like nothing happened.
Yeah, that's probably why I got this thing like, well, I like listening to people, but I also got this thing where I would like to meet people in person. I want to be able to look you in your eyes. I want to be able to see your face. And I ain't weird or nothing like that, but I just got this thing. It's like, yeah, I know we got these panels and stuff, but to me, it's nothing like good old fashioned human bonding. Also, you know, of course, I was like that pre-COVID, but I mean, I still want to see people in person. You know, just wear your mask, I guess. You know.
I don't. Well, you know, the way I see it like that, right? I mean, if I see people, I see them, but I'm not really going out my way to see people. You know what I'm saying? If I run into you, I run into you. You know, but I'm not really on that. Yeah, you know, let's go meet up. Unless I got an organization and I'm building like the E Nation. You know, if I get the E Nation the way I want it, then yeah, I'll probably go meet a few people because I'm working with them. But I ain't really feeling it. It's too many crazy people out here, man. Too many weirdos. Too many people that got problems. Yeah, and I'm not trying to get into that, man. I be done pulled my burner out on somebody and used it. And I don't want that on my conscience. You know what I mean? So I tend to stay away from folks. You know, I try to take the high road most of the time. People don't call me all kinds of names. They done insulted my intelligence to no end. Call me a dumb motherfucker, call me stupid, tell them I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, call me an old fool. I mean, they done trashed me from one end of YouTube to another. Call me every damn thing. Some names I haven't even heard of. Like, what the fuck? You know, like, some of the shit I got called, I'm confused. Like, what the hell? Remember, a motherfucker called me a moon cricket.
A moon cricket?
Yeah.
That's
what the hell is a moon?
Term for that's not a racist
but
for a white person. I mean, for a black person, right?
Yeah. Black person called me this, and they just sent me emails. They threatened my life. They threatened to take me out. They threatened to dox me. They again called me all kinds of dumbasses. I ain't never been called so many dumbasses and stupid and unintelligent in my entire life. Not even when I was in college. I think, even though I was falling asleep most of the time in class, even my damn professors didn't talk to me like that. You know what I'm saying? What? But Yeah, I done been. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you there, Max.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool, man. Dude, man. I'm built. I'm, dude. I'm from the old school. I'm built ram tough, man. That shit don't bother me. But I was like, well, damn. Tell me how you really feel. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So, motherfuckers letting me have it, bro.
I'm like,
I mean,
yeah,
letting me have it.
no.
Oh,
So yeah, it's like they really did you a favor. Good. I'm glad you know how you
yeah,
really feel. So now
yeah.
I know.
Well, damn. Well. Thanks for letting me know I was stupid. I'll try to improve my intellect. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? God damn. But yeah, so so shit like that, a lot of stuff, and then the death threats, came, email. I had some fools, threatening my life over nothing. I wasn't afraid. I was just more confused. Like, okay, where's the death threats coming from? What did I say or did I do that will make somebody say, well, I'll kill you or whatever? I'm like, really? Well, what
Hmm.
did I say? I even asked the person. I sent them an email back right before I blocked them. I said, "Well, what did I say? Did I say something? Let me know what I'm saying so I can stop saying it so y'all won't be threatening my life." But they never replied back, and so I was confused. Like, what did I say that makes somebody want to kill me? Right? I'm like, God damn! I said that I love black women. I said that on my channel, you're not going to be allowed to call black women bitches, which really pissed a lot of people off. I mean, the friends that I thought I had, when I said that, niggas scrammed, dog.
Hmm.
I mean, they scrammed. They was out of here like Speedy Gonzalez. Because before, when I started my channel, I had a lot of brothers over here, right? That I was supposed to
Right.
be cool with. It was a lot of brothers, and some of them had wrenches, and they come over here because the women were over here, right? And the minute I said, okay, here on this channel, we're not going to call black women bitches. We're not going to fight with black women in the chat, okay? This is not a place where you can come and beat up on black women. I respect black women. I love black women. I'm not going to allow that to happen on this channel. And man, let me tell you something. And Dame could tell you, when I said that, they lost their goddamn mind. Literally after I said it, I don't know if you was in the, I don't know if you was here. That I don't know. Was you in the chat that night when I was throwing niggas out of here, Aaron?
I don't know.
I don't think you was over there yet. I don't think you was over there yet.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
because
I've
that
been.
was a while back. Yeah,
Yeah, I think I've been coming to the E Nation for a little short amount of time because I do remember when
yeah,
you used to pretty much be tough with you used to be in RBR's chat just about every day. I think I go as
yeah,
far with you back as that.
yeah. RBR, that's my man's. He's still my man's. And I go over there every now and then. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But my thing is that I when I said that, niggas lost their mind in the chat. And that's when I had the verbal, shout out to the verbal assassin. You know what I'm saying? Um, I love the verbal assassin. I don't care what nobody says. That's my people's.
I
She
know
used to come
verbal.
to my channel all the time. Yeah, she
Yeah, I
used to
know
come to my
verbal.
channel all the time.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I remember when I first met Verbal, I actually had a fight with her. But I was so taken aback by how strong she was and
Oh,
how she stood up to me, right?
y'all got physical.
And yeah, I ended up having a lot of respect for her and asked her to be my co-host, and she accepted, and that's when she became the co-host. And one thing I loved about her, she took charge as a co-host too, and then together, me and Verbal, we created. Okay, that was the origin of Ladies Night. All right,
Okay.
and then mhm. And Verbal was the original host of Ladies Night, and shout out to the Verbal Assassin. Much love for you over here always. And so when I said that you can't call women bitches over here, niggas lost their mind, bro. I had people trying to attack Verbal in the chat. to take wrenches. It was mayhem. I mean, they literally went crazy in the chat. This is just the chat just erupted. Like, what? What did he just say?
Mm-hmm.
And niggas started throwing chairs, man.
Throwing chairs for real. You know what? I heard another brother say throwing chairs. Black in Japan. Kevin. He used that expression, throwing chairs, and he got that from an episode of Boondocks where you throw a chair and it causes a whole crowd riot and stuff like that. So, yep. So basically, how I got my start on YouTube, I actually got started, believe it or not, listening to Tommy, which led me to listening to Tommy. Actually led me to
Is he Borgen Dame or is that me?
Oh, am I Borgen?
No, that's you, Max. That's you.
That's me?
Yeah, because he's not Borgen.
Say something else, Aaron.
Oh, I was saying that I was listening to I got my start on YouTube by listening to Tommy, which led me to Cynthia's channel, Cynthia G. And man, I tell you what, when I started coming to the Sin's defense, when I started defending Cynthia G, that's when all folks came out, particularly black men, came out of the woodworks. They targeted me on sight. Oh, he come a simp. I mean, matter of fact, I got the video, I think to this very day, I got the most views from was the one I did where I talked about how I think that Tariq was wrong for talking about sin the way she did a few years ago.
Man, I must be Borgen real bad because he sound like he Borgen Dame. Is that him or me?
That's not him.
Man, I didn't know I was
go out and come back in, y'all.
Earlier, but you seem to be clear. He's just gonna go in and out, Aaron.
All right.
Yeah. Well, y'all probably saw me mailing with the share screen and stuff like that. I was doing this thing. See, somebody sent this to me a while back. It's called the New Black Codes and stuff like that. And it was along the lines of, we do not steal from one another. We do not kill one another. We do not sell or offer drugs to one another. And I remember when I put that in Discord, somebody said, wait. What about weed? Is weed okay? I said, well, me personally, I don't have a problem with it. But you're going to run into some people, all drugs, they're going to have a problem with it. So if you offer and they say no, put it away. We do not combine. No. We do combine our dollars and buy collectively as a group. We protect our own, women and children first. We educate our own at every chance we get. We do not fight one another. I think we need to work on that one. Brothers protect and build one another. Sisters protect and build one another. Brothers protect and build up sisters. Sisters protect and build up brothers. We look for every opportunity to start our own businesses and servicing. Okay, let me scroll down. Servicing the need of our people first. So that's the New Black Codes. I think it's a renewing of some of the old Black Codes that we lost along the way. Yeah.
I mean, that sounds fine. And you know what? That sounds all nice and all, but how many people gonna actually abide by them?
Yeah, but then how many people abide by the 10 Commandments? Neither. Hey, some will, some won't.
Good point.
Yeah.
I guess,
gotta start somewhere.
Trying it, right? Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with trying it. At least putting it out there.
Yeah.
And, truth be told, being realistic, I guess we really don't want everybody. I mean, whoever willing to do it, well, welcome aboard. And whoever don't, well, you fall by the wayside.
Yeah. And then
and that brings me back to this expression that quality is always better than quantity. I mean, it would be nice to have the numbers, true enough,
Mm-hmm.
but if you get only a few quality people, well, we could work with them.
Yeah, yeah. And shooks biblically is even in the Bible how God had cut the armies down to compared to the enemy's army a handful, but they won.
Yep, a few good men.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's like basically that's pretty much the expression. Like everybody ain't gonna make it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. And sometimes we got a bunch of followers. Somebody got to start and show that it's possible. It could happen. Then the rest will fall in line.
And you know what, too?
Mm-hmm.
I realized something too. Another reason why a lot of black movements fail, particularly the Black Panthers, is that a lot of times people weren't vetted properly. It's like you just let anybody in because they have black skin. Didn't really do any background checks on too many people. You never know. This person could be a fed because, like we were saying earlier, some of these folks are plants.
Mm-hmm.
The police got them there, whatever, telling them to get all the information you can get. Agents, ops, pretty much. And because like Max said earlier, see, they didn't got smart. White supremacy's gotten smart. They don't come in just strong like they can, but they don't do it no more. They don't really come in strong. They'll send someone that looks like you,
Mm-hmm.
that act like you, that talk like you.
Could practically be from the same neighborhoods you at.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because he's already in the neighborhood, but we're gonna turn him, use him.
Yep. He's gonna
Mm-hmm.
be our eyes and our ears. He's gonna be our boots on the ground.
Or appeal to the one that envies, secretly jealous, or secretly mad. Be like, don't like it.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yep. He's
sometimes the betrayal ain't about what they can get; it's who they can get back at.
right. They'll like you say, yeah. They'll play their weaknesses and enumerate them against each other. Like you said, you might have someone who wants some power, or they feel rejected. They feel like they're being looked over, and they'll use that. And they'll say little stuff like, "Oh yeah, you're just as good as him. Well, how come he's treating you like that? You could probably run this thing better than he can. You don't need to put up with this. Why do you take this from him? You don't have to take that. Hey, if it were me, I wouldn't let him do me like that. Yeah, yeah, if you need some help, hell, you need some pointers. Yeah, we can show you how to deal with it. And boom, that's how they get them.
Yeah, and and you know what? I'm beginning to think that Manospheres, Red Pillars, all these others are kind of agents because their group kind of is spin off from the white group, so that means they've been listening to them, they copying them, they probably have them whisper in their ear,
Oh
you know.
yeah, the black manosphere it's an offshoot of the white manosphere. They're the ones who started it. And
Mhm.
matter of fact, that's what MGTOW is. MGTOW started by white dudes who didn't want to be bothered with their own women. And really, MGTOW is also an extension of white supremacy because they really didn't care less about black men.
Mhm. Yeah.
But black men wanted to parrot after them and think that they had some allies, and they don't.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, and I
And
keep thinking of, I don't. Okay, it might have been a movie, but you know how some movies have like a basics on something. Okay, and I'm probably gonna get in trouble because I think this is a group that actually my grandfather was a part of. But in this movie, okay, it's based on, oh, it was Rosewood movie. Now everybody paid attention to the fact that the white people destroyed Rosewood and everything. But if you get to the beginning, you scroll back a little bit. Um, in that movie, okay, these black men had joined this Mason group, thinking that they're gonna be equal with these white people, and that they'll get opportunities with these white people. But when it came down to it, when they thought they were looking for a black man that raped the Becky, and and um and they gave a ride to somebody because the dogs was telling them the trail was leading up to their wagon, and they like, who's the, well, the N word you had riding in the back of your wagon. And it's like there was no it was no nigga. We didn't care no nigga ride with that, but they didn't believe him. And he tried to tell one of them because they recognized him from they were in the Mason. We part of the same group, trying to give him the codes, and it's like we ain't part of the same group. You and it.
Nope.
I don't know what makes you think you were part of my group. hmm And so so ever since then I kind of been a little eye opener. I was like, okay, how many black men have joined a group kind of like the white group, because now there is Masons, but it's probably coming together back again. But I know for a long time it was divided. There was a black one, there was a white one. uh, have joined a group or a group like it or based on these white groups, thinking, okay, it'd be a chance to get better opportunities, work, all kind of stuff. And they forgot, hey, you're black. They're gonna see you as black. You're not gonna be one of them, no matter if you join the organization or are you part of their organization. You're still black, and you still not one of them.
Exactly. Now I can understand you joining maybe some groups. Okay, I get it because there maybe they have more specialties and whatever it is you're looking for, and they
Mhm,
just aren't enough groups within the black community. I mean, I get it. The black community is somewhat limited, and
mhm,
I can understand that you will have to join some white groups just to get
mhm,
certain things. Like take for example, I work in the entertainment industry, and
mhm,
it's just not enough things in the black community. I'm not opposed to us getting our own studios. I'm not opposed to that, but in order to get sometimes some resources, you have to go to white establishments or stores or whatever just to get some things or something. I mean, be a part of some organizations. I
mhm, mhm.
mean, it happens. But at the same time, I get what you're saying too. I don't go with the mentality like, oh, I've arrived, because I do realize, okay, this is a predominantly white organization, so I'm not trying to be all uppity, be all up in their mix. I'll learn what I can learn from them. I'll go to whatever workshops and get whatever resources I need. But I'm gonna only just use that to try to benefit my own people,
Mhm, mhm. Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because I have relatives like that. They'd be like, "Why are you working with that racist white man?" Because I'm letting his racist supposed superiority get me the training that I need to get better.
Exactly. Well, how come you just don't go to someone? Because there's nobody black that's teaching my specialty.
hmm Or it's so specialized. They've been gearing it towards white for the longest. But what
Yes.
especially in my grandfather and his, it was his little brother. The only job you can get was like kind of as a laborer. Well, in this case, it was for these cranes. These cranes were still, kind of new. They were specialized. And these things were, I don't know how many hundreds of feet in the air. And they sent the black man up there to climb the ladder, to send messages. There was no radio and then, messages up to the top of the crane. You had to climb this ladder way up there. And many times you didn't have no safety gear, safety line. So if you happen to fall, oh well, you gone. And he was very observant. He let the man talk and stuff like that because he had to wait for the message to go back and bring it back down. And not to mention he was the translator because during that day, Louisiana, they spoke more French. Still spoke more French than English, and this man was, I guess you could say, considered a Yankee because he was from the East, and he was training the men. The owner especially wanted his son to learn this. Hey, Rozzy, where you been hiding, dude? And yeah, he especially he wanted but the son is cocky, think he know it all, and so many times he been up there with messages, and he had to wait till the lessons for the crane got through and stuff like that. He said, I didn't get why it was such a big deal, so hard. He learned, and then the man would be so mad at the owner's son. You just ranting, and while he's ranting, he's giving all this information out. So the owner's son didn't learn properly how to use the crane because he didn't want to listen. And the son was trying to say, you don't know how to teach. And he said, no, you don't want to learn. I said, I can teach anybody. I can even teach, I hate to use the phrase, a monkey. He said, okay, we're going to make a bet and stuff like that. It's either your training or it's my son. And he said, okay, you can put anybody. You can choose anybody. My uncle, once again, my great uncle, once again, was up there waiting to bring messages down. He can't leave until he get a message, even if it's, I don't have no message, go on back. None of that. So he said, okay, anybody? How about that monkey right there? Now, if my uncle let himself get upset about being called that word, he would have lost out, because they do have a temper, but they know how to hold it in check. So he was thinking, okay, I'm gonna have an opportunity to get upfront training, not just hearing and seeing and observing from myself. And he went with it. He already, and he learned it, and they went through a test. Of course, my uncle beat the owner's son, and he knew he's gonna have to leave at this time, so he didn't even. So he thanked the man and said that he was gonna have to leave because they can't accept being beat without taking it out on the person. So he's gonna have to leave. So the man, because he won quite a bit of money and stuff like that. He said, okay, I want you to go here in Texas, and he wrote him a quick letter and said, give him this and you'll get a job there. And my great uncle been living in Texas ever since because of that man's training. That man was so good at training that all he needed to do was write a little brief note and put a signature. And if he's saying this is the guy, you was hired. So he said, I put up with being called the N-word and the monkey and ignorant and stuff like that. But hey, I got my job.
He was basically the spook who sat by the door, pretty much.
Yeah. They was very big on a spook that sat by the door. They don't coon it up. They don't shuck it down. They don't kids, but they specialize in being almost invisible and not letting just anything set them off.
It's a strategy. Sometimes you gotta be that spook. Sometimes you gotta play. Sometimes you gotta be play the house nigga. That be like, oh yeah, okay, that's how you do it, just to get the knowledge. And no one, you know what you're doing. It's like, cause see, you got too many of these people, man. I ain't gonna let them talk to me like that. It's not about letting them talk to you in your kind of way. It's about being strategic enough to endure the abuse, so you can get this knowledge and training, so you can go back to where you came from and teach others. That's basically what you're doing. I mean, you're just being a conduit for the training. You're basically getting others ready for the so-called revolution.
Yeah. And because this this job, that particular company believe in a lot of in-house training. He makes sure they get it. They try not to let them know about it and stuff like that. Do word of mouth, but they keep ignoring people that works around them, especially black people. So he was connected. He connected. That's, I guess you could say, network. He was friends with a lot of people. So it's like, hey man, that such and such training. They got such and such training going on, such and such. I heard them talking about it. Usually some guy, lower end janitor, maintenance. As I said, they tend to give a lot of black people the lowest end of the jobs,
Yep.
labor. And so that's how he was able to catch up, or be aware of, or so any extra training, he jumped on it. Because I remember he being mad at a bunch of young men who came underneath him, and he's like, okay, hey, there's a training for this and that, go ahead and take it. And they wouldn't show up. Oh yeah, I'm gonna come. Then they wouldn't show up. Man, I don't have time for that. Man, you better mix sometimes. It said, you idiot, I didn't have time to tell you. But with that training, you get 50 cents raise, dollar raise, or bonuses and stuff like that. Or also, when it came down to being fired, they want the guy that has the most all-around training, can fill multiple positions. Now, I'm glad my younger uncles, the ones that's closer to my age, they learned that long time ago. Their company offers different training and stuff like that. Shooks, one of my uncles, wasn't really interested in going to college, but his job had opportunities to go to college, and they paid for it. And that's when he went to college and stuff like that, because he wanted that training. In fact, he was kind of like a key, I guess you could say, key cog in the job. When he doesn't, there's only like maybe 3 people that was working in that same department, and if for some reason none of them show up, the company don't work.
Yep. See, true revolutionaries and true leaders duplicate themselves. See, they got it. See, if like I said, true revolutionaries and true leaders duplicate themselves. That means that if they got someone, right? If they got you, then the next person that you train can move up. They get that person, then the next person that they train can move up. See, it's supposed to be an ongoing, self-perpetuating cycle. That's the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to step up 2 pegs. It's never supposed to be not one leader. That's what a true leader was supposed to always do, to duplicate himself, to pass on the training. And that's something, and that's where you get, but that's too much going on in the black community. Another issue we have is the so-called crab mentality. We won't pull nobody else up with us. Now, oh man, shoot, I got this position, man. I ain't about to let him. I ain't about to tell him, give him my hookup. Well, why not? Somebody hooked you up.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets confused because, okay, I got 2 cousins. They both in similar fields. Now, one of them, his friends, his boys, relatives let him know, hey, I'm recommending you for such and such job. Go to the interview. If you're not interested in it, let me know now, and I'll cancel the interview. And a lot of times we always need work. Go for the interview. Now, they're not so willing for my other cousin because he has a very bad habit. He can probably get the job on his own. You just got to tell him where it's at. But you don't want to be the one to recommend him, because sometimes his temper or his attitude get in the way, and he'll blow up and go off on supervisors and jobs. So that ruin your reputation for anybody you recommend. So anybody you recommend after him,
that makes sense.
That funny, and it's less likely to be hired because you recommended him and he went berserk.
Right. That's why you gotta vet people. You gotta study people. You gotta vet the people that's in your inner circle. Be like, no, like, let's see. Dame be like, Dame's got a level head. I'll recommend her. Yeah, she can handle this position. But so and so, I don't know about her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do something like this. Maybe I can't recommend so and so, but maybe Dame can. So, like, if I tell you about the position, and then once you get to know the knowledge about the position, then maybe you could recommend the other person.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes when black women are giving attitudes about hiring, they trying to get to your head. Look, if I hire you and you act up, you not just messing me up, you messing everybody I want to recommend after you. Your friends, my relatives, your relatives, and stuff like that. So they be like in your behind, you know, because I've also have done it. I was like, okay, look, cuz, okay, I'm reluctantly recommending you. Do not show your behind, please. Do the job, do, do the work, go on time, and stuff like that. I'm not saying you have to put up with any crap. Don't just haul around punching people. Sometimes you gotta restrain yourself. You know, if you don't like the work, I'd rather you just quit. Not just not show up. Just say I quit. Look, I don't have to take this. I quit. I can deal with that. I can work with that. But you showing your behind, you going off, or you just not showing up at all, because he has done that where he just don't show up. I was like, that won't work. I'd rather you just quit. And I'm observing, keeping my eyes on things and stuff like that. And for most part, some of them will listen to me and stuff like that. And look, I'm telling you, and some of them they had to learn the hard way. Now they in his 40, and his reputation is even though he's straightened up now, people don't want to recommend him for a job because they burn bridges. He burned bridges. So I said, like, he knows. So he accepted. Somebody tell him, no, I'm not gonna do it, or no, there's no work at my job, and stuff like that. Even if there is, he understands now. But that understanding wasn't there when he was in his 30s and his 20s. He had to get to 40.
Right.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But he found somebody to give him another opportunity, and he's on the ball with it.
You said this is your nephew?
Cousin. He's a younger
Oh,
cousin, but he's my cousin.
right.
I don't have any siblings, so I got a bunch of younger cousins, bunch of older cousins. But
Oh,
when
you're
I'm
not
like
that.
when I'm like really intense and I'm lecturing, talking, they're usually my younger cousins.
Oh, okay. You are only child, Dame? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm the only child of my mom, so I don't know what's going on with my dad, because I never hadn't had contact with him since I was about 2.
Right.
So I know he had a wife when I was 7. So I could have brothers and sisters out there somewhere. I'm gonna have to go to Alabama one day and see if I can find my peoples on his side. I know,
Yeah.
I know his parents knew of me. I know, I think his siblings knew of me. I don't know if he ever told his wife. Mhm.
Right.
Yeah. So my mom didn't press child support on him or anything, which is why that's why my grandfather always called him a no good ninja. That no
Hmm.
good ninja. I'm like, ain't that you got some faults? He said, yeah, but I take care of my. What kind of grown man don't try to take care of his kids? I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, okay, but yeah. So if the sister in HR is giving you is very reluctant, or give you the runaround, or she's point blank not, you better look into what was going. If she knows you, gotta go look into what been going on in your history together when it concerns work, and see if, because all this stuff will come back, because people be like very reluctant, because you're ruining their networking link, not just for them, you ruin it for everybody that comes behind them. They probably got nephews and cousins and brothers and sisters, and whatever it is that, and not to mention friends and stuff like that. Okay, so But yeah, that's the
Right.
way it always was. The one that came up pulled the other one up, and and each pulled the other one, and each pulled the other one. But if you don't have no control of your emotions, because it's your job and stuff like that, you don't have no control of your self control of your emotions, your body, and attitudes. Be like, you got to decide which is more important: your job and money coming in, or your temporary pride. Or if you going to go, just quit. Don't ruin it for everybody that got to come behind you. Just say, okay, I'm quitting. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, but I don't have to take his attitude. I'm just quit before I put my hands on the man and stuff like that. And do it, but when you show your behind, you messing it up for everybody. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
See, that's why we have to have.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why we have to have our own businesses, establish our own brand of doing business, because you have to understand. I don't know why people are complaining. When you work for these white institutions, when you work for these white places that have established gainful employment, you're going to be subject to their rules. So your destiny, your financial destiny, is going to be in their hands. So you don't want to cut your hair. You don't want to suffer some embarrassing or humiliating situation. Then you need to get your own and have your own business. Because as long as you work for these people, you're going to be subject to what they want. People say, well, people asked me a couple of years ago when the boy had to, not a couple of years ago, but not too long ago. Remember the high school wrestler that had to cut his hair? We had to cut his locks off for a wrestling match.
Oh yeah. I remember him.
We were talking about, well, why should he have cut his hair? First of all, I don't have no sympathy for that. I don't care nothing about that. If you don't want to go through those situations, then you need to have your own sports organizations. Black people don't get it. As long as you are using someone else's facilities, their programs coming up in their systems, you are going to be subject to their rules. So if you don't have no problem participating in their organizations, whether it be sports or otherwise, then do not complain when they want you to comply by their rules. And no, you do not have a leg to stand on. I don't even know why people are advocating for people getting their hair cut at these white established institutions. Well, that's wrong. No, it's not wrong. That is their situation. You are with them. You've decided to go with them. So you're subject to their rules. It's not wrong. Am I mad at corporate America for making black people cut their hair? No, I am not. It's corporate America. It's ran by white people. So you're subject to their rules and policies. You decided to go work for white people. That is what you exposed yourself to. Don't go and say you work for them and you want your cake and eat it too. It doesn't work that way. I like wearing my hair the way I want to do it. I like cutting my hair the way I want. I like wearing the clothes I want to wear. Okay, but I don't work for white people.
Right.
Okay, so I don't have nobody white telling me what I should wear or how I should cut my hair. I'm not subject to none of that. I work for myself. So I do what I want to do. Nobody tells me to cut my hair or wear my certain kinds of clothes or come in a certain way. So people making this big stink out of, man, they made so-and-so cut his hair. They made like okay, and what are we getting excited about? Why are we crying the river? This is what is going to happen when you work in their institutions, when you work in their places of gainful employment, when you work in the of sports that's owned and controlled by them, this is going to happen. You should be aware of that. You should understand that. If you don't, that's on you. So do I feel that they was doing something wrong? Absolutely not. Am I?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Be back in a moment. But yeah, he is kind of right.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
certainly do agree.
Um. If you want your son to wrestle, be in these high school team to lead to college, then you gotta bend to their ways. You don't want to do it, then you gotta find a way to have the opportunities so you can do it your own way. But it's just that where the rules are, there is no rule for it, but they're trying to enforce a hair control rule. That's where I have an issue. If there's no rule saying anything about, it didn't used to be the only thing they used to worry about length of hair. You know, your hair had to be a certain length for women and for boys. Or if they did, uh, you know, in mine, it couldn't be where it blocks the view of other students or attention getting. So if boys wore long hair, they had to put a ponytail holder or something to hold that hair back. Same thing for girls. You know, if it's longer than shoulder length, then it had to be in a braid or braids and stuff like that, and it had to be clean and combed. That was it. But then suddenly they either didn't change the rule, and suddenly the girls braids are not okay. The dreads are not okay, but they they do not establish those same rules with the white boy. That's when it becomes issue. We had that in our school. Okay, black boy had locks. They neat, they clean, and he always wore these like big giant rubber bands to hold his hair back. It's loosely, but it keeps it from kind of maning out. When it can become like mane like, keep it from doing that. Okay, white boy, long hair, just as long, but he got it in some kind of spiky rocker thing. They let him go in. They didn't talk to him. They didn't find him. They didn't send him home to do the correct thing. But the black boy who comes in with lock, he's doing everything he's supposed to do according to the rules in the handbook. But yet they're trying to send him home, tell him his lock was inappropriate, that it was unclean. Dude, and but yet this black boy is walking around with colored hair. That's another thing. They don't want you having, dyes in your hair. Spiked up is causing all kind of attention, is blocking the view, is all over the place on his head, and it looks dirty. We suspect it was dirty. But yet they let him willy-nilly. That's when it became a problem. Hey, your handbook said this. Okay, we're gonna comply. Okay, and that at first it was fixated on boys, and then it started fixating on the girls. So suddenly, girls couldn't wear perms. Girls couldn't wear braids, especially like the micro braids. They couldn't have extensions. Um, they couldn't have hair. Everything girls normally do with their hair, especially black girls. They couldn't alter their natural hair. Some weird rule they had. They was trying to get on perm, but the natural hair they didn't care for it either. And so it was like, but yet white girls can come in with, and we have seen it because it's gotten popular with same type of micro braids and all kind of stuff. Oh, she's trendy. It's this and that. But the black girl, she gets penalized, gets sent home, get kicked out of the school. Uh, you know, so her hair is inappropriate, and And when she went through all this trouble to make sure she looked nice, to especially really young black girls, you told their hair is inappropriate. They hear my hair doesn't look nice, my hair is ugly, and they'll bust out crying. And now you got a traumatized little black girl, who was going in there. I'm pretty, I'm cute, I'm happy, and then here comes the teacher saying your hair is style is inappropriate, that is wrong, is incorrect, it don't look right. Okay, I'm through with my little rant, Karen. Oh, yeah. So but still, if we don't want this, we should have schools for our own kids. So that's why a lot of the kids, they're liking the digital homeschool. They miss their friends and stuff like that. But that way, it's no concern about the hair. As long as the hair is clean and combed, that's all the school care about. They don't care about the style, if they got it dread, twisted, or whatever. They don't care about none of that. As long as it's clean and combed, that's it. For the homeschooling and the digital schooling and stuff like that. And so, the boys that, every school year they gotta get their hair cut. They allowed to let their hair grow longer than they normally would. Don't forget they lock up Nelson Mandela for nothing. Yeah, because as long as I started wearing my natural hair, I was the target. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Hey, crew. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I guess you can see you kind of get on the bag wing for hair, but it's been going on for about 20 some years. 20. Wait. Let me back that up. Okay. Yeah. About 15 something years that I've been aware of it. No, I'm gonna go further back. I'm gonna go about 20 years, at least in my area, in my town. All of a sudden, they didn't worry about such things about the kids' hair. They had certain rules, hair length. If it's over a certain length, what you got to do for this and that. And then all of a sudden, there's all kind of rules about our hair. Because they don't understand dreads and locks and twists and braids and extension and hair pieces and wigs and all that other stuff. And the tripping out part, these girls been wearing it all this time. Okay, the for our end, the dreads and the twist and lock is about 20 25 years that it start seeing it, especially with the young boys. We got younger boys that they like the locks, you know the mohawk locks. That's what I call them. That's what they the little kids like, little boys like, and teenagers are going to full locks. But every now and then they get to a situation where they got to cut it all off. And they like their locks. They proud of their locks. They happier. They feel they feel more control when their hair is cut. One of them told me he feels naked without his locks. You know, he feel vulnerable. It surprised the heck out of me. I didn't think that he would be that attached. He said he feels vulnerable and naked without his locks. You know, you know, and that's why he's always happier during the summer, because his is allowed to grow out towards the end of the school year in the summer. Um, is allowed to grow out, and then every school year he has to cut it off again. Hmm. Okay, somebody say something, please. I feel like I'm talking to myself, y'all. Aaron, you still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, Aaron, you can't just wait for me to talk, because I will keep talking as as uh as long as possible. If nobody, I'm so used to people they jump in. You
Right,
know,
right, right.
I know I'm gonna work on that. But if you have years where people just jump in, it's like double dutching. They just, as soon as I take a pause, shoot, and say, dun, 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 and I
Hmm.
and I just roll with it.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Y'all at work. Peace and love, light time of black folks.
I mean, what were we talking about?
we kind of went off subject. I was talking about because I barely ever pause. Okay, I started. We was talking about the high school kid. They made him cut off his lock if he wanted to wrestle.
Yeah.
And then went in that Max was saying how that don't understand why we're crying about that. As long as you going to either schools for white people, the businesses, the white people. That's why we need to have our own businesses. Then we dictate how our hair should be or how we should dress and stuff like that.
Yeah, and because black hair has always been a threat to them. It's like when our hair is relaxed, they're relaxed. It's basically that's an expression I heard, and I get it because I mean all these other standards and beauty standards and these decorums and morale that we have of them, we know it's westernized, and you know what? I guess in a way, it's nothing wrong with maybe if, like you say, if you're working in their establishments, you really just have to you gotta go by their rules. And I'm guessing that it's really nothing wrong with it. Me personally, I love wearing my natural hair, but then I work in a position to where I'm not really seen by people, no way. So
Yeah.
and
Not all of us can, but
but at the same time, I'm also working on getting my business and stuff off the ground.
Man, I'm not having a good day with my connection, huh?
No,
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you now, Max.
Yeah. Where did I cut off at?
That we need to have businesses and things of our own. Then we won't have to worry about
Right.
the creation of our clothing and our hair.
Exactly. If you don't want to be subject, what you don't do is you don't go fight against them for them to change their rules to suit you. Who does that? Where they do that at?
And
that's why.
Basically.
That's why, for example, right? If you open up a black establishment, right, you will hardly have people who are non-black working for you because they got too much pride. They don't want to be subject to black rule. I'm not saying you won't get anybody who is non-black working for you, but majority of them, even if you had a position open, they wouldn't take it because they're too prideful. They're not going to work under you or work for you and be subject to your rules. Too many people are too prideful for that. Black people seem to have no problem working for someone else and then want them to cater to us like they're supposed to do so, like they're supposed to change their rules. No, it doesn't work that way. If you work for corporate America and they want you to cut your hair, well, you work for them. That's what you signed up for. What exactly did you think was supposed to happen? So, am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, crew? What's
going
on?
I wanted to even go as far as to say is this too, like I work in the entertainment industry, right? And for a long time, black people were complaining about how come black movies aren't being nominated for the Academy Awards and stuff like that. And you know what? For a little bit, I got caught up in that too. But then I began to realize, well, wait a minute. When they designed this industry, they really didn't have us in mind to begin with.
No.
So the way I look at it is this: like, yeah, I like working in this industry. I love the filmmaking process and stuff. But at the same time, I realize I'm not going to sit up there and complain about if I don't get accepted or nominated for their award. Do I like watching the Academy Awards and stuff? Sure, I do. But my attitude is, if I don't get nominated for an award, oh well, I'm gonna still do what I love to do. If I do get nominated for it, that's cool also. So
Yeah,
to
but
me,
it's
there's a win.
still right. It's still reinforcing the mentality of being accepted by white people. You shouldn't care about the award shows. Why do you care so much about the award shows? If you win one of their awards, then that's mean that they accept you, or you think that they accept you. They still don't.
Exactly.
So
And
why do you even care about the awards?
Exactly. And you know, I get it. Okay, yeah, I get it. The Oscars are supposed to be the highest achievement. It's like the Super Bowl of, well, yeah, okay,
highest
fine.
achievement for white people. They only give it to. There's very few black people that win that award honestly.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is win it honestly just off of their acting talent alone. Most of them get those Oscars because they've done something to benefit white people. Either they had sex with a black woman, had sex with a white man on a big screen, or somebody played a slave, or somebody played the mammy. Okay, they want to praise you. They want to praise you for these kinds of roles because these kinds of roles put them in power, and you know, they degrade black people. So they will have you. They will have no problem giving you an Oscar for playing a mean slave. Like, man, look at that nigga. He sure play a good slave.
Or playing a corrupt cop or something like that.
Right. Yeah, or a corrupt cop. Right. So you black people, you want to get awards, then set up your own reward system. I think the closest thing we had to a black award show was the Hip Hop Source Awards or the BET Awards. I'm not sure how much. Well, the NAACP, that's a Jewish thing. I'm not sure how many black people was behind the Hip Hop Source Awards. You know, and you have to understand something, people. When we get these things, there's going to be some problems in the beginning because we're not used to having anything. Right. So when we do get these things on our own, it's not going to be a well-oiled machine. There's going to be some clowns. There's going to be some things that ain't right. It's going to take us some time to get our feet up under us. Because remember, we're not used to doing these things. So you have to be patient. If we do get an award show, like the Hip Hop Award Show was a clown show. Okay, so it takes time for us to get into the groove and get into the rhythm of doing it in a professional manner. But black people shouldn't care about the Oscars. They shouldn't care about none of it. All of these organizations are white organizations. There's not one black person in charge of these organizations. These are things that white people deem acceptable in their society, not yours. And so what you want to do, you want to be mentioned with white people. If you want to be mentioned with white people, then that tells us that you believe white people are great. Like you believe that they're greater than you, that they're the greatest people on earth because you desire to be like them. You desire to be talked about in the same breath as them. You desire to be on the same level as them. So that must mean to you that they are the pinnacle, that they are the mountaintop.
Yep. I mean, like I said before, I'm like, do I like the festivities and stuff? Yeah, I mean, I like watching all that stuff go. I mean, that's what I'm into. I like watching that. Okay, cool. But I'm like this. I'm like, I'm not gonna get all bent out of shape if I don't get invited to the party. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's like, look, you go to some, you miss some. I'm like, okay, I'm not really tripping on that. I'm like, to me, it's all basically about getting the education and knowledge anyway. Now, if I meet somebody along the way.
Yeah, but you have to be careful about throwing that word education around because now you have to, we have to take another look at that term education. What does it really mean for black people? Right now, education isn't boding well for black people. As a matter of fact, education is basically destroying black people. I know some of you can't see that because you've been taught that education is the end all be all, as long as you're educated in a white institution of higher learning. But
Okay.
actually, but actually that is your downfall. Okay, so you take brothers that you grow up with in the hood, right, Aaron?
Right.
They were cool brothers, y'all was brothers, and they act a certain way, everybody was cool. And then all of a sudden they go off to a white institution of higher learning and they come back 4 or 5 years later, and all of a sudden they act different. They start talking down to you. They start telling you, well, you ought to do this, you ought to do that, and you need to be this, you need to be. All of a sudden they start criticizing you. They start talking to you like you don't mean anything. They start talking to you like you're no longer your friend, because even if you say, hey, man, that's not how we do. Hey, man, I've outgrown that. See, they go away to these institutions to be programmed.
Right.
To come back and be socially destructive within their own communities. All of a sudden, there's animosity. All of a sudden, it's criticism. All of a sudden, they have no respect for how you grew up. All of a sudden, they're talking about your mama. They're talking about, well, your father used to drink a lot. Or your so-and-so used to do this, your so-and-so used to do that. And they put you down. And then they start talking about the top 1%, the top 10%. This is programming. This is psychological programming.
And I never
they are being trained to know.
Top 10%. I still don't understand what that top 10% business is all about.
It's about elite white people. Some black people will argue, well, there's black people in there too. Where at?
Yeah, exactly. Where at? If you can count them on your hand, there's not that many of them.
Well, you look at the top 1%. Say it was 10 white people, right? And there was a rich black person in there that had that kind of money. Do you think the 10 white people will accept that black dude as part of the 1%? Absolutely not.
No, they won't. Because to them, he's still just another nigga.
And the thing about it is, when you talk about the top 1%, the top 10%, right? Who are you? I don't understand. What's supposed to happen? Like, first of all, white people don't care how much money you have. They'll just simply take it away from you because it's their money. They print it. This is another thing that black people don't understand. You don't have your own currency. So the money that you have can be taken away at any moment. They will take your money away from you when they feel like it because they write legislation and they print all of the money. You don't have any control over the money in your pocket. That money that's in your pocket or in your bank account actually doesn't belong to you. It just looks like it belongs to you. Now, if you don't believe me, right, go into your pocket or to your purse, your little change drawer, right, and get the money that you think belongs to you. You don't have to get a lot. Just get $1, right? And let me prove to you that that money doesn't belong to you. Get that $1 and then look at the signature on that $1 and tell me if your signature is on that $1. It's not. So you know what that means? That it's not yours. It doesn't belong to you. It's not your property.
Right.
It's basically a bar. It's basically a promissory note. It's basically an IOU. It's basically something that makes you think that you have status. So they let you borrow this money. And trust me, this money is borrowed. The reason why I say borrow is because at any moment they can take it from you. Now, you may live your whole life and they don't take it from you. They may take it from you when you die. Man, they may figure out a way to take it from you. Right, right. But make no mistake, at any moment, if they want to, they can render you penniless because the currency belongs to them. They can do with it whatever they want. What if they decide, right? What if they decide to get rid of $20 bills and say the $20 bills are no longer valuable? We're not accepting no more $20 bills. So now you got all these $20 bills. And now you can't go spend them. And some people say, well, they will give us something in place of that, right? Not really. They don't have to.
Right.
They probably will, but they don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. Exactly.
Yeah, they can feed you a lot of bullshit. Talking about, no, we got problems with this and that and the standard, and we got to go to a new currency. I'm sorry, but that money is no longer, valuable here in this country. They can do that if they wanted to. They probably wouldn't have the guts to do that, but it's getting to the point where they will have the guts to do it because they're putting things in place right now to actually get rid of currency.
Yep. They're basically they're really fulfilling Bible prophecy anyway, really.
Right. And so you don't, this is not your money. You just think it's your, okay, you can make a whole lot of it. Look at where you make it from, right? You make it from white institutions, right? They give it to you, it's just in your bank account, you spend it. Where are you spending it? Most of the time you're spending it right back with them. So they don't have no need to take it from you because you're already giving it back to them. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a vicious cycle that goes. Now, if you printed your own money and got your own money established as a real currency, then they wouldn't be able to take that away from you. They wouldn't control that. You would control that. So then you would be in control of your financial wealth. And it would be up to you to make sure your money is valuable and that your money stays in an area to where it's people accept it, and it can be used for real valuable currency. And people poo-poo other people who try to create their own currency. Oh, it ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. Stop telling people who are trying to find a way that it's not going to work. You should be getting behind these people, helping them with ideas to create currency. Because right now, with us only having one currency, one major currency, I know there's Bitcoin and Ethereum and all this other stuff, but one major currency that's been in this country for years, paper money.
Greenbacks.
Right now, you're at their mercy.
Yep.
You're at their mercy. That's their money. You don't even know how to make it. They make that money. Right? And so they print that money. They create that money. You don't create none of this money. So you basically at their mercy. You can come in there big and bad talking about I got millions, right? And then a month later, you're broke. Well, you had millions.
Yep.
If they want to, they can come and look at what they're doing to Bill Cosby.
Mm-hmm.
The next stage is he going to be broke. They already got him in jail. The next stage is to take all his money.
Or take these athletes and rappers.
Mm-hmm.
They use you, but the minute you break a leg or something like that, well, you can't run and play basketball because, well, your legs were your moneymaker. And you got
our warrior class. That's our warrior class, and they wear our warrior class out. Our warrior class now have physical ailments. So if a war break out, they can't fight because they got blown knees. They got pulled hamstring. They got torn hamstrings that's been torn so many times. Okay.
Yep. No ligaments and stuff, basically.
Right. Maurice Jones-Drew had no ligaments. No, he had no cartilage in his knees. So he was basically, bone on bone.
Yeah, he basically didn't have a knee.
Right. And so our warrior classes, they can't fight because now they got all these physical impediments now. And they're constantly in pain. So many of them are drug addicts, high off of Vicodin, painkillers. So they will be no good in the fight. They know what they're doing.
Right. Vicodin is also white owned.
Right. Trust me, they know what they're doing. Right. So as Black people, we have to look at it this way. Okay. We don't want to be subject to their ways or whatever, so we need to get our own stuff. Now, I know you've heard this before. We need to get our own thing. But it's the truth.
Years, it's true. I've been hearing that for so many years. It's like, we need to get it, but when are we going to do it?
Right. And the reason why we keep hearing it is because we're not doing it. It starts with a couple of people saying, okay, you know what? I'm tired of buying donuts from Dunkin' Donuts because every time I go in Dunkin' Donuts, motherfuckers is following me around the store. Excuse me, they following you around in Dunkin' Donuts when all of the donuts are behind the counter. Yeah, they think I'm gonna steal something. What are you supposed to be stealing with all of the donuts behind the counter? And so you get tired of being treated like a slave or a second-rate citizen by going to Dunkin' Donuts, and you say, "Hey, man, I got a few dollars. You got a few dollars. So and so got a few dollars. Let's go get a building and start our own donut shop, so we don't have to deal with this." That's what it takes right there.
Yep.
Amos and Andy had the cookies, right?
Yeah, they had the
Don't they have
cookies.
the cookies?
And then
Now I
there was
don't know if
Maurice.
they right now. I don't know if they got fed up with buying cookies elsewhere and somebody was shitting. I don't know about all that, but they made their own cookies. Black
No, that was
people, you know how to. Yeah, black people, you know how to do stuff. It isn't like you can't do stuff. You're capable of doing everything.
Yeah.
You just have to start doing it. You have to start believing in yourself. This is why they try to tell you, right? Don't believe, don't use the word belief. No, use the word belief. Because if you don't believe in yourself, you won't be motivated. And when you're not motivated, you don't do anything. Belief is a great motivator. But these white supremacists know what they're doing. They want to take away your hope. They want to take away your beliefs so you don't have any motivation. So you can become stagnant and not do anything and develop a defeatist mentality. And you got these coons, these race soldiers who are black, who are feeding into that. And they're helping right along with it, talking about, what do you mean? Don't tell me about belief. Don't tell me about hope. Tell me about facts. Everything isn't a fact. Everything isn't right in your face, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or it's not effective. There are plenty of things out here that are not in your face that are very effective. Ignoring someone is not something you can touch. That's an intangible thing, right? But isn't ignoring someone effective?
Yeah, actually it is.
Now, some people will say, well, ignoring, right, or ignore is a factual thing. No, it isn't. Because you can ignore someone and it's ineffective. So it can be both effective and ineffective at the same time. Yep. And it's something that is intangible. But people do it all the time. It actually works, right? So if something like that's intangible can work, what makes you think that belief doesn't work? What makes you think that believing in yourself wouldn't motivate you? What makes you think having hope wouldn't motivate you? You ever heard somebody willing themselves to do something? Well, what do you think that comes from? That comes from belief.
Yep.
Right? If you believe yourself, if you believe that you can do it, then you will. Like, you know what? I've been running, I'm tired, but I'm going to push myself across this finish line because I believe that I can do it. Yeah, I know I'm tired, but I believe I can make it across this finish line.
Now, can you imagine getting 10 people, 15 people, eventually 20 people that thought that way? We can have our own industries.
Exactly. I was saying before, right? We have plenty of black businesses right in front of your face, but you've been trained not to see them as black businesses. You've been trained to see them as either panhandlers, street merchants, hustlers.
Yeah.
But you have plenty of black businesses right in front of you. Every time you go downtown in your local area, if they have a lot of black people, especially in Newark, New Jersey, right? Well, when I lived back in Jersey, you see a lot of brothers and sisters out there with their carts selling T-shirts, hats, trinkets, incense, oils.
Yep.
That's actually a black business.
It is.
But you don't see it as a black business because they don't have the white traditions to go along with it. Like they don't have the storefront. They don't have something hanging in the window to make you go ooh and ah.
And you know what?
I
was gonna say, basically, really, The brick and mortar establishments are really played out now. Now everything is online.
Yeah, you know what? And the thing about it is, right? How does a business get started, right? You have to think along the lines of creativity. You can create anything.
Yep.
White businesses didn't start without any kind of actual real thought or without people doing things. White people have very so-called prestigious universities. How do you think they got that way? They got that way through financial support. Harvard didn't become Harvard overnight. Harvard is Harvard because of the financial support. Okay, but now there are other things involved too. But the main thing that's at the base of Harvard is financial support. People donate to that school even to the day. And so you can take the black business, hold on one second. You can take the guy or the girl who has a cart and you can help them turn into a storefront by purchasing everything on their cart. And every time they're out there, you purchase everything, right? And they can then in turn take that money and reach for higher goals, like getting a storefront. Now you come back a couple of months later and that person is no longer standing in that spot with that cart. Where is it at? Oh, he's actually right behind you in the store now. He has a storefront and he has his incense or she has her stuff sitting in the window. You made that possible. That's how these businesses get started. You made that possible. Now you go in there and you purchase. Next thing you know, a year later, she have 2 or 3 establishments. And guess what? They all hiring black people.
Yep.
But you don't have that vision because you've been trained not to see your people as productive people. This is why you don't hold a lot of black men's feet to the fire and you you accept them being worthless Negroes, like the ones who are on social media who do nothing but talk about black women. Exactly. Nobody puts their feet to the fire and, and challenge them to produce. We don't want to hear you talk about black women. We want to hear you talk about producing. What have you produced? Well, I bring people information. What information? About what? And what does this information do for us right now? We don't want to hear shit about what happened 50,000 years ago. We need information.
We don't want to hear nothing about how you could be a high value whatever and get this kind of car and wear this type of suit. We don't want to hear that either.
We don't want to hear none of that shit.
Too.
What we want to hear is working information that we can work right now that will help us improve our situation for the better right now. That's what we're looking for. We don't want to hear nothing about your little pamphlets that you wrote to help to help black men who can't find a date deal with rejection. We don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah. And speaking of black businesses and black women, technically you're married to a black business. I'll tell you why.
Right.
Black women could easily overtake the hair industry and run these Koreans and stuff up out of our neighborhoods. You know how many sisters we know personally and non-personally who could do some hair? Man,
yeah.
Black women could tear some hair up. They could light up for real.
Right. But we have to understand that this is the kind of mentality and mindset that we have to be in as black people in order to establish something, in order to go far, in order to be a people that's going to be respected in this world. We're not respected because we don't produce anything. There's nothing that black people produce. Now, some people came up with shea butter. I don't know what shea butter is about. My wife knows it. My wife told me some things about it. She said both men and women can use it. Okay, I've heard it from other people. I don't know what shea butter is about. Okay, if shea butter is what black people are producing, then shea butter needs to be everywhere. If that's what we're going to produce, then we need to produce it, and I mean hard. Don't have it in the background where it's just a conversation. If we're producing something, then we need to establish a reputation for producing that product. Shea butter needs to be everywhere in wherever there's a black community, there needs to be shea butter.
Yep.
Shea Butter should have its own stock. They should be trading Shea Butter stock on the stock market. It should be. We should be trading. We should be shipping Shea Butter overseas for overseas customers. Why? Because this is something that black people produce.
That means so basically we need to start having some relationships with Africa and the Caribbean and throughout the diaspora.
And here's another thing, black people. We have to stop having these fanciful ideas and thoughts about success. This is another reason why we don't have anything and we don't do anything, because the goals that you set are nearly impossible. For example, you got Shea Butter. Where is it produced? It's somebody told me it's produced in Africa. I don't know how true that is. Don't get me the line, but let's just say if it is, how does that work for black people over here? How do the black people get a hold of it and produce it over here if it's produced in a foreign country? That's working against our own best interests. Now we can't get other black people involved because it's produced in a foreign country. Now you're talking about a situation that nearly becomes impossible for other black people to get involved in. In order to get involved in it, right, you have to become a talking piece. You have to become a talking point. Well, you know what? This group of black people got together and got 10 or 15 people, and they went to Africa, and they got a cart, and they harvested shea butter, and then somebody came back in. You see, you become a story, the impossible dream. And what that does is that discourages other black people who want to be business owners or producers of product, because there's too much going on.
Sidebar, I just got a text from my sister. One of my older cousins just passed away. So.
Oh, sorry to hear that, man.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah.
Man, we're losing brothers and sisters left and right, man.
She was older. I believe it was her. She was at that age, so she at least she made it to an age. But yeah, I mean, I'm not. You know, when anyone passes away, it's never a good thing. But yeah.
No. Well, we're sorry to hear that. Our condolences goes out to Aaron Collins and his family from the hearts of the E Nation.
I appreciate it.
You know, and you know, that's news that we never want to hear. We understand it, that it's a part of life and it's going to happen at some point, but it doesn't mean that we want to hear it.
Right.
You know. Hold on one second, y'all.
My condolences, Aaron. I remember seeing your video and you was talking about her.
Well, this is my one of my older cousins, Yola. The one that I did the video about, that was my sister from last year. I appreciate that. So yeah.
Yeah.
And so if you forgive me, Brother Collins, I'm gonna finish talking about what I was talking about. And
yes, sir.
You know, like I was saying, so now these things become impossible because they're too hard to do. They're too complicated. You got to get passports. You got to go through customs. You got to have enough money. You got to get over there. You got to know somebody. That's too much. We need to start something very simple right here in America, in the black community, that black people can access, and more black people can join in. And we can make that a huge product that's produced by multiple black people in multiple cities and states.
Now that sounds simple right there, and I agree.
Exactly. Let's just say we found somebody black who knows how to make shoestrings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they make them very well. All right, then we need to get into the shoestring business. So-and-so knows how to, make shoestrings. Now let's set up an area over here where when he produces these shoestrings, we can sell these shoestrings in our store over here. We can sell these shoestrings in our store. We need to be selling these black-made shoestrings all in the black communities. every black store in the community should have these shoestrings. That's what I'm saying. So even I don't care if Aunt Mabel or Aunt May makes a mean apple pie. We need to be selling that apple pie in all of our black establishments that produce food, that sell food.
Yeah, then Patty LaBelle at one time do that. Then she probably sell.
Right. We need to, right? And then other black people can join in. Now we got somebody else black making apple pies. Now we got 2 brands of apple pie made by black people.
Yep.
Now we got 4 brands of apple pie made by black people. Now black people have started to dominate the apple pie business. And so while we're doing that, now we got somebody making sweet tea. Now we got more black people making sweet tea, different brands. Now we dominate the sweet tea business. See, this is what we need to do. We need to make these products, and we need to sell these products and push these products, and let people know that we produce these products. These products are produced by black people, not some shit that's created in a foreign country that you need a goddamn passport. You need to speak the damn language. See, Negroes is always trying to be cute.
Yep.
And then when they get on social media talking about, well, I'm in Africa, I speak 20 languages.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad you know how to speak 20 languages. How is that benefiting?
Right. So what? Are you making money in those 20 languages?
Mm-hmm. Or they'll be like, well, you know what? This is, we can get you a woman, a foreign woman over there, and the regular talking points they have. Okay, well, you still have to adapt to their culture.
I speak one language fluently, and that's English. And I know a little bit of Japanese. I used to know more Japanese because I lived over there. I don't know as much as I used to, but when I did know some Japanese to an acceptable level, I made money in Japan. I worked, I had jobs. So the Japanese that I did speak, I made money. So you speaking 20 languages, are you making money in those 20 languages?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're not, I don't want to hear it. Because when I spoke Japanese, I made money in Japanese. I used that Japanese to get me jobs in Japan to where I can make money. You talk about, you speak 12 languages, you speak 6 or 7 languages. All right, so what are you doing? Okay, you speak Spanish. Are you making money in Spanish? Do you go back and forth with Spanish people? Do you have an establishment? What? No, I just speak it. Okay, so you're not making any money in it. All right, that's fine. I guess if you want to speak it, that's fine. Okay. Well, I speak German. Okay, are you making any money in Germany? Are you using that language to open up some doors for you in Germany? Maybe have a couple of friends with some money that you can rely on that help you get a business started. What are you doing with that German language? Oh, I just know how to speak it. Okay, well, you're not doing anything with it. Okay, so most black folks who tell you, oh, I speak 5 or 6 languages, aren't doing anything with those languages. They just use that as some shiny monkey talking point to try to make themselves look better than the next black person.
Exactly. They're trying to impress people who really we could really care less. And I'm like, okay.
Not doing a damn thing in those languages.
Like, I know, I'm glad you know how to speak these languages. I'm like, okay, what does that have to do with anything?
And I spoke half of a language and made money in that language. You fluent in a language, you ain't made a dime in it. It goes to show you where some people's heads are. Some people just want to sit up here and sound and get attention because they didn't have the attention in real life. And they want somebody to pay attention to them because they don't know how to get anything done. You come to me talking about, well, you speak 6 languages. All right. I'm not impressed unless you're making money in those 6 languages. Because if I'm going to speak another language, I'm going to learn how to make money with the people of the language I'm speaking. I don't want to speak it just to be speaking. I'm not saying that you can't learn it and speak it just to be speaking it. That's fine. That's what you want to do. Me, like for example, if I learn tree, right? I want to learn it so I can communicate with the people who speak tree in Africa, so I can learn how to establish a business or how to make some money.
Right.
I'm not just there. I'm not just learning it for the sake of learning it. I want to learn how to be productive. So, but everybody's different. That's why we have the haves and the have-nots. Some people are go-getters, and some people just don't want to go at all. And like I said, telling me that you speak 3, 4, and 5 languages doesn't impress me if you're not making any money in it. If you tell me that you spoke Korean and you over in Korea with businesses, oh man, I'm impressed. You speaking that shit, man. You got businesses over there. You got them Koreans funding you and all of that. Y'all got your business talk back and forth. You getting paid. Oh man, I'm impressed. But if you just learning how to speak it so you can speak lewd to the women, I'm not impressed. And a lot of black dudes learn different languages just so they can find out what sex, how to say sex, or can I sleep with you in a different language.
Yep.
That's pretty much what a lot of them do.
Into the passport community, the passport brothers, well,
Oh man, them Negroes ain't doing a goddamn. They ain't getting no damn passports. And then the thing about it is, these countries that you're going to, man, they're only going to go to the areas where the whores are.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you might run and catch something too. You better be careful.
Yeah.
Talking about they love you long time. Yeah, they're gonna leave you with something that's you long time too.
I remember I was watching some of these podcasts of these guys in Brazil. And I've been to Brazil before, right? So I recognize the areas where they have the prostitutes at. So I'm watching these guys sitting in the area where they have prostitutes at, talking about, hey, man, it's beautiful out here, man. The Brazilian women, they love black men, man. How come you don't have one with you right now?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that video women. That was the beach.
No, Max, you're Borgen.
You're Borgen again, Max. Yeah, I am Borgen too.
Yeah, it's really bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We need to have a plan that don't require us to go overseas, do something where we at, or because sometimes people come up with the big picture, and there's all these kind of moving parts, but they don't refer to the moving parts. They just go to the big picture. It's like wait. You can't just jump into something like that. You got to have this and that and those kind of connections, stuff like that.
That makes sense because I'm gonna be honest with you. Everybody is not really trying to go back to Africa. I mean, in other words, basically, in order to go back somewhere, that means you had been there before. And I've never been there. I don't mind visiting my ancestral land. I don't mind seeing it, but my native land is here in the United States because my ancestors built this too. So what's the matter with having both of them? How come we can't have this and connections in Africa? Who says we have to leave America? Well, America's getting, you know what? The whole world is getting what you would call dangerous, I guess. It's not just America. What you gonna do? Leave the planet Earth?
Yeah, and then that'll present a whole nother set of dangers. Yeah, and I know sometimes because those that have been to Africa, we hearing them talking, we see all kind of possibilities without the hindrance of the red line, and people purposely trying to prevent you. In fact, they encouraging you to come and do these things. I don't know, maybe for the benefit of them, but they see that it's gonna benefit their country. But sometimes we gotta start where we at.
Yeah, exactly. And I get it. I get it. We do have some people in the motherland who love ADOS. I get that. Like I said, I don't mind doing business or building relationships with them. That's fine. I would love to do that. But my base is here. I mean, some people and some of these really majorly conscious and hotep types may not like what I'm saying, but hell, I'm not really trying to impress them no way, because half of them, like Max said, are shady also. So it's do what we need to do, like you said, start where you at.
Hmm. And besides, uh, yeah. So all kind of possibility right now. Some people are trying to get their CDL because they don't have the personality to deal with having somebody tell them what to do, how to do it, and all that other stuff. They want to be their own boss. So
Yeah,
you go for things that where you can be your own boss. Yeah,
yeah.
and
Get your CDL, and eventually you might be able to even start your own fleet. One of my
mhm,
cousins has his own fleet back in Chicago.
mhm, mhm.
So yeah, get your own
Yeah.
trucks, something like that. But you may have to start out working for a company, which more than likely is going to be a white-owned company. Okay, just stack your bread, whatever. Do what you need to do.
Mhm,
Be that spook by the door.
mhm.
Get the certifications and go for what you go. No,
Yeah, and get all the free training and learning that you can get. Let them pay for it. Shucks.
yeah,
Because in the beginning, I thought my younger uncle was a little crazy. Well, he just was fed up with school. That's how
yeah,
badly the schools be messing with the kid. He's sick of school. No, no. He even told his parents he wasn't. Said, "I'm not my brother. I'm not interested in school. Not planning on going to school. I don't want to ever see school again." And my grandpa was like, "Okay, good. That's more money in my pocket." And he had plans. He planned to go to Georgia to meet his big brother. He already had a job lined up. He had his brother mail in the application. He had an interview. He had an interview set up like a couple of weeks after school ended. So he had his plans and stuff like that. And when he got to the company is one of those that do in hiring, and they train their people, and you can take as much training you want, whether you work in that company or not. You know, you know, and started off with the very low man in totem pole, and then next thing you know, he became part of an essential cog in the company. His brother, they became, well, let me see, his older brother was not into the administrative part of it like the little one is, but he was like foreman of his team for their company. They build like the heavy equipment, they build and stuff like that, and they learn to be able to do multiple areas of the job. So when their company got taken over, they weren't the first ones fired. They weren't the first ones laid off or let go, because they can work multiple areas. So
yep,
wherever they needed a person, they can stick you in it and stuff like that. Both of them. So they were like one of the last groups to be laid off when their company got taken over. So while a lot of the people that work with them, they had to go through unemployment, and it was a bad time because this was during that housing bubble burst and stuff like that, and a lot of the manufacturing jobs were kind of like disappearing. Well, at least where they were at, and so So yeah, so and because of all the training they had, they were able to work in different areas through temporary service, unemployment, part time, until they found permanent employment. And as usual, they do the same thing. They make sure they're trained for multiple areas in the company. Now, the older one is partners in a business. Um, that was essential. That is an essential job during the quarantine. Hmm. Yeah, and the younger one works for some major company, and he's an overtime hound, I call it. So that's why I don't talk to him quite that often. I can never know when their schedule is. Yeah, and he'll be sent to different parts of the company, in different parts of the states, different states and stuff like that. Sometimes. Hmm. Yeah. So isn't even though the oldest one, he's a part owner, he's just like his own boss and stuff like that. The younger one, he has bosses, but his bosses don't be hovering around him. His position is shooks very seldom. He sees the boss. He saw the boss more times for the quarantine because they were checking everybody to make sure nobody had COVID.
Right. So yeah, so he's in a perfect position though to get whatever he needs to done since no one's watching him, to do all the research he can do and to look up what he can look up and, and memorize it, and or if he has a phone or a small tablet on his lunch break, do what he needs to do. See, it's not what you do, but how you do it. Can you hear me, Dan?
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Hmm. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Did you hear what I said last?
Uh, um, um, no, no. Yeah,
I
yeah.
was saying I was saying that your cousin is in a good position where he could look stuff up and
Hmm.
study it. Since he don't have no one watching him, and it's basically not what you do, but how you do it.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so he's straight, And they were quarantined, but last time I talked to them, they back to work. Yeah. So all he did was he took care of stuff he needed to take care of at home. He was taking care of his the house and stuff like that. He needed some trees cut from around his house. He needed to go through stuff that been in their attic and stuff like that. He was putting more new insulation in the house. So that's how he kept it because he wasn't used to not working. You know.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and yeah, we definitely like we even have to as a people we have to reprogram ourselves, get into a new type of mentality. Now, most of our lives we've been taught to go to school, go to college, get a good job, instead of teaching ourselves to learn how to own and run a business. See, white people teach their children that all the time. See, while black men are trying to own the block, the white men are owning entire industries and entire corporations. You know, They own entire cities where the blocks are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, but they all started somewhere, and you know, if you can't see, I believe you can't see at the moment, it's because you either hadn't thought about it, or you're comfortable. Let's be honest, we're comfortable sometimes working for other people, just earning our paycheck and 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 doing our own thing. You get kind of used to it. Don't want to be in charge.
Yep.
Mhm. But that's where those that do want to have their own business, they need to have business so that those who's fine with earning a paycheck, they happy to earn a paycheck, they can work for you.
Yep.
Hmm. But we also got to be willing to believe in our people. Some people, they just not happy unless they working for white people because they believe white people know more about business and stuff like that. Or let's be honest, some people know how to hustle. They want a business, but they didn't get the training they need for their business. They believe it's similar to when you household, you get bills, you pay bills, and and that's it. Or you go, and their employees are just another bill. You know, and in some ways it is, but then they don't think about, hey, you're supposed to put some of that money back into your businesses. The first, what I think, the first 5 or 10 years, you pay yourself a salary. Yeah, some of that I've learned listening to over the years, that you pay yourself a salary, and then the rest of that money, the profit, you stick back in the business, so you could business can build and so I was at the auto body part. I mean auto body shop. You know, um, and he has a mechanic there. So I was there, and I'm looking around, and now he's constantly working. In fact, he has so much work that I can't get a window lift for a while. Because he's trying to do three cars at one time. So I'm sitting there while they, kind of like lifting my window and secure it up. So that means I can't roll my windows down. My window down. Um, I'm looking around. It's like, wait a minute. When does this happen? I'm looking up at the roof, and there's holes here and there and there, and there's dust in this area. I was like, okay, he's so busy working, scrambling, working, and money pay bills. He is not really taking care of his business. I mean, the building of his business. And if it goes down, like say if the hurricane had made a more direct hit towards us, or did damage to that part of town, like it did on the outskirts of town, his business could have been gone. And then that would mean pretty much almost the end of his business, because he's so busy business, he is not, I think, put money into to do the maintenance of his building.
Right.
Hmm. And because he don't want to stop working, you know, he would have to not take certain jobs for a while, so he can clear up the jobs he got up, so he can go about getting the work done to clear out the building, so he can have the work done on the building. Hmm. But I don't think he thought about it. I think he's been operating like that for years, and well, as far as I know, he been having his own shop since I've been alive. So that's like almost 50 years. Yeah, I'm like, okay, so in the same building. Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, oh, okay, I'm seeing a future problem for him. Yeah. And it's not like he's not aware of. It's like in the back of his mind. And it'd be like, okay, when I get the time or when I catch up on my work, I'm going to get work done on my building. But it never ends because he never turns down a job. I told you he was working on 3 vehicles at one time.
Why doesn't he get any help?
He does have help, but he keeps on taking more jobs. Just uh
Right.
like he's scheduling in more jobs instead of saying no. I won't be able to take the job right now because I'm clearing my building. I'm finishing up the jobs I got to get work done on my building. He is more like, okay, he'll take it. It's like he can't say no to work. Like as if his mind is like, if I turn this work down, I might never get work again. That's the impression I get.
That I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That Max mentioned that he's in the hustle mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now imagine 50 years of the hustle mode, and the building that was great is now that even me who not knowing construction, not aware of this, I do know a hole in a roof is a bad thing. You know,
Right.
several holes in the roof, and I've seen the ceiling tiles have disappeared in one whole area, and it looked like there might be a water leak in another area. And I was like, dang. And I'm like looking around this, and I'm thinking, doesn't he see what I see? Shouldn't he be concerned?
Yeah.
Yeah, but and while I'm there, there's other people coming up. Hey, Mrs. So and so, will you be able to do this, and this? The only thing that slowed him up was that he has to get the part. It's like, okay, it's gonna be a minute because I'm gonna have to get the part. Or you want me to try to find the part in the junkyards or whatever. Or auto yard. To get it cheaper. Hmm. Yeah, and that's the only reason why he didn't take it. For some future day because he has to look for the part, or he has to have his mechanic look for the parts, or his guys look for the part. Because this person, hey, where their money is, their money is, they're willing to take a chance on auto yard or junkyard for their part because it doesn't have anything to do with the body. Well, not the external body, like the paint and the structure of the car. And they squeezed me in for the window lift. It's just that he had to pause, and his guys had to pause because of something they needed to get a hold of the owner. Them getting because the owner wanted to use his original part and stuff like that, but the part ain't working, and they needed permission before they go ahead and use this fund to order it. Mm-hmm.
Right.
If I'm giving way too much information, shoots. Even though I ain't saying no names, I give way too much information. But anyway,
So,
so
Danny, we can get the information. We don't have to get no names and still get the information.
yeah. And yeah, so that was the only reason why I was able to be squeezed in for them to do the window lift because everybody had to stop until they tracked the owner down, or owners in some case, in this particular case, to get the okay to buy the part.
See, this is where the what I was talking about earlier, where the owner will have to learn to duplicate himself in case he can't be there. Then he
Mm-hmm.
will have someone else that he handpicked and trained, and that they can do exactly what he knows how to do,
Hmm. Oh
and
yeah,
so on. Pass
they
it on.
they do. They do. But as I said, they doing 3 cars. So every one of those he has trained, is doing a car and stuff like that. He was running to go track the owner because the number he had, the owner wasn't responding. And the quicker they get, the quicker they would have got it. And so while he was running to get another part for another vehicle, which was near where the owner of the car was working, he was swing by there. But it just so happened the owner finally got the message and came to the shop while he was out getting a part.
Right.
hmm Yeah. So the mechanic was lifting my window. I said, "Did I come out a bad time? You know, I could come back later, but you know, it's supposed to rain tomorrow. I'd rather get the weather up." He said, "No, we got time because we had to take a pause." You know, so the mechanic just hurry up and lift my window for me. Cause I said, "Hey, we don't need to, try to fix it right now. Just lift my window so it don't come down, you know, because it's gonna rain, and I'll come back later. I'm still working on the coming back later. Something else came up, so yeah. So
Right.
now I'm down to two windows that don't go down. Yeah.
Right.
But it comes down to a lot of the businesses. They the owner is in hustle mode, you know, and you can be caught in tunnel vision in that hustle mode. As I say, 50 years now, you know, that he's been a business owner, and um, except for one time for a major family event, he in his usual days that he's closed, he ain't shut down for no significant amount of time, you know, to or to do the repair work. I can see it. I can see it in the building when I'm sitting there and I'm looking. I was like, okay. Uh, part of me want to tell him. I said, you need to kind of make arrangements to take time off the business to build the building, to work on the building. But hey, he's a grown man. He's my elder. He knows, cause I could tell. Cause I'm looking up, and he see me looking up. He said, "Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna get to it." And I was like, "Okay," you know. So he knows. He has a certain awareness of it, but he's right now he's tunnel vision on getting them jobs out. But
Yeah.
he's gonna stay tunnel vision. But I don't know. He might surprise me.
Yep.
Yeah, hard to believe he's as old as he is. Because most people look at him, they think he's 50 years old. No, 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 no. He ain't no 50. Uh, I think he might be at least 70 or 75. hmm
Yeah. This is your cousin, right?
No, no relation to me. Me and his daughter were friends. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
so hmm yeah, and his wife and my mom was friends. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, so and I think they went to school together. Yeah. Well, no, he's older. He's older than them. But they would have went to school together. They would have seen each other. It's a small town. We pretty much almost know each other. I'm just one of them. I don't remember all the family connections and stuff like that, of who's who, but the ones I'm aware of, that I know of, like there's a whole bunch of younger generation. I have no clue who they are, who their parents are. I have to actually go back to the grandparents. I'm starting to sound like the old ladies I used to remember going, "Hey, come here. Who are your people? Who's your mom and dad? Don't. Who's your grandma? Who's your grandma and grandpa? Oh yeah, you're so grandchild. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, did I just become one of the old ladies in the neighborhood? Because in my mind, I'm still like 30, or I don't feel like until I hear myself, because I've done that to several kids. I'm like, come here for a second. What's your name? Who's your people? No, no, it sounds familiar, but I don't quite know. Who's your grandparents? And then it'll hit me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I gotta accept that most of my friends are grandparents now. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Shooks. Shooks. A few of the kids I babysit when I was a kid are grandparents. That's another shocker. Yeah. So yeah. So and I have no kids. So to me, time almost stands still in some kind of ways. It's usually my friends' kids. That I'd be like, I get reminded. Oh shooks, it's big. You grown. You got a baby. When did that happen? Get surprised every now and then. And I find myself doing it with the kids as I'd be like, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. That's it. What's your name? Who's your people? Who's your mom and dad? Sounds vaguely familiar. Let's go. What's your grandparents' name?
Yeah.
hmm But that's how they
Yeah.
used to do it back then. They connect you through your family. You
It was
so and
word of mouth.
so and so and so's child. You so and so and so and so's grandchild.
It was word of mouth, and back then it was more of a village type of mentality and attitude. Also,
And
everyone
then
raised each other's children.
Yeah, then some of them are shocked when I punish them. Like I smacked a few little boys in the back of the head. I grabbed a few ears. I hadn't gone and pulled a switch or a belt and started whipping people's kids. Nah, but I do mildly discipline them and stuff like that. And they'd be like, "You can't do that." I said, "Well, go ahead, tell your mama. I want you to tell your mama. I want you to tell
Mhm.
your grandma, because if they are who I think they are, they're gonna want to know, what did you do?
Yeah,
I'm
and
not
mama gonna be like,
leaving
"Oh,
it.
wait a minute,"
Go ahead."
and then their mama gonna be like, "Oh yeah, you did. He told me you disciplined him, girl. Thank you so much. What he
Mhm.
do? 'Cause I'm gonna get him too."
Yeah, yeah. Because and one kid, I wasn't absolutely certain. I had a feeling they might be related to me, but I wasn't absolutely positive. There was something about them that says, "You are mine. You're my people. And I'm gonna treat you like you mine." I even refer to my friends' kids as my kids. They're not, my kids in the sense, but I've either taught them, I had some say,
Right.
them influence with them, and I'd be like, and I wasn't certain. I was getting much attitude. And it's like, "You can't do that." I'm gonna tell them. I said, "I want you to say, please, I pray, tell your mama. And
Did
if
you
you
find out if y'all
who
were
I
related?
think she is, and your grandma's who I think he is, you're gonna get it. I want you to. You
So
tell
did
them,
you
and
find out if
when
you
they
were
find out
related or not?
hmm, hmm,
Did you find out if you were related or not?
yes, they are my distant cousins. We share like a great great grandfather.
Okay.
Well, no, for those kids, okay, their grandmother and me share a great great grandfather. For them, is further down. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because I'm related to Franks in Louisiana, but they gotta be Franks of the part of the 19 Frank brothers
Right.
out of a certain area in Louisiana.
You know
Well,
the one thing about these
actually, there
small
were
towns,
36 kids altogether, but it's 19 brothers. I don't know all besides my great grandfather's name. I don't know the rest of my great grandfather's brothers' names. I don't know. I just know my great grandfather's name.
did all he have were brothers? Do you have any sisters?
Oh yeah, he has sisters. Okay, I said there was 36 kids altogether. 19 of them were brothers. So
Wow.
you have to do the math. But it's 36 kids altogether. I have cousins. So if I'm connected to this other group, it's because some Frank female in that family married, you know, in their family. Yeah, that's why. I try not to hook up with anybody in my end of Louisiana because you
Yeah.
never know.
I was
Because
just about to say that. You know what? The problem with these small towns
Mhm.
is that it might not be a good idea to be dating people because you never know. You could be dating your own cousin.
Yeah, and then there's the other issue. Those that stepped outside their marriage and had kids. So that's another whole nother level.
Mm,
That's a whole nother level. That's why, you really people gotta talk. Sometimes the women took the initiative. Cause I'll be asking my grandfather, is so really my kids? He said, I think so. I don't know. Ask your auntie. His little sister. I'll be like, why she would know? What that's what I found out later. That's because that's one of her friends. But she made it a point when you have brothers like that and they got outside kids, somebody gotta know. You can't keep all that quiet. It kind of backfired. So she unknowingly, because few of the women were some of her friends. So she ended up could not know. You know, so it was like so I had to go ask him. Said he don't know. It's like how he not know? Yeah, he just slept with it. There's a possibility, maybe, but he don't know. They said, well, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, God dang it. We
yeah,
found her like the year before he died. So, people was thinking it was weird when we put the name of all his kids. I put that down there. I said, okay, we want for the family listing on the obituary, the program. We want I gave the name of all the kids. You sure you want all that? People, I hate to say it, but funerals, the God said we put it down there. We put it everywhere. And it was like, we are so surprised. Why would you put that? Because they're family. We know about them. They know about us. Why would we hide? Hey, claim it. Shame the devil. So
yeah.
people were surprised because we claimed, hey, we grew up with him. My uncle was friends with his half brother before he knew that was his brother.
He was friends with his brother. Wow.
Hmm.
See?
Hmm. Yeah, so no. I was like none of my mama. Well, see, I was the one that was staying and taking care of my grandparents. So my grandfather talked to me like I was his favorite. Well, I was his oldest grandchild, so and I asked him stuff that they thought was very audacious, stuff like that, and then he answered me. He actually answered my questions. So, it said, I'm surprised he told you. My mom be like, I'm surprised he told you. You asked him what? And he actually told you? Man. So, I put it as a favorite. But I was taking care of them, you know. So and it told me a lot. So they didn't have I said, do y'all have a problem? I want to put all the names. I said, no. We all know and stuff like that. Let's be honest. Let's just put the names out there. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We one of the few families that we actually get along with, the other kids, we recognize them family. We shoots. My mom was friends with my aunt before she found out that they all went to the same school. In some cases, oh, that happens a lot. But anyway, yeah, friends. My uncle wasn't the only one. My mom was friends with some of her half siblings or their siblings and stuff like that. So we knew. Said why hide it? Mm-mm. So as long as they were okay, nobody said no. That's so embarrassing. We shouldn't do that. Nobody said that. That's how close we were. Nobody said that.
Yep.
And so we went. But everybody else in town, they're so used to the secret that everybody knows. So they were surprised we actually put it down there. We put down the children, the grandchildren, all that. We put it all. At least all the ones I can remember. Well, I put all the children. So anybody that knows what the children are, they know. I put as many of the names of the grandchildren as I could remember. And I asked a few questions here and there. It's like, okay, do you remember so and so's kid's name? Blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, so they were surprised. I was like, shoots. I believe in tell the truth, shame the devil.
Hmm.
Especially with these like little secrets and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Now I talked to somebody else. They said I wouldn't have done it. Those are not the legitimate kids. I said, okay, you know, they outside the shoes. I said some of them were before, during, and after. Well, in both cases, my grandmother said died. Well, no. My grandmother had died, but the grandmother that his second wife, I was raised with. But all during her marriage, all during my grandmother's marriage, before he was married, while he was married, it's not their fault. Shame is on him and them.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, so that's another reason why I have a problem. Okay, I know they crying child support, and all that other stuff, but if you making promises, spend time with your kids and stuff like that, keep those. You need to keep them connections and stuff like that. Your kids need to know each other. Are you gonna be with a nasty surprise? Hmm.
Yep. That
Hmm.
makes it. Yeah, you
Hmm.
gonna mess. You don't get the kids don't get to know each other. You might mess around and accidentally have a grandchild with two heads or something, and wonder what happened.
Or worst case scenario, I had this happen with some cousins of mine, their cousins, not my cousins, their cousins, where uh, uh, especially with these gang stuff going on, uh, one brother killed the other one and didn't know that was his brother. They were just on two different gangs, and it
Mm,
wasn't until the funeral and stuff like that, and some of his people was going to the funeral. It was like, why are you going to the zoo? Well, I never said anything, but he's your brother, so he had to find out that way that he killed his brother.
man, I bet he was sick.
Yeah, yeah.
So these were some cousins that you had on the other side of the family.
Mhm. I seen one where it was a cousin, but in this one's case, it was actually a brother. His father was a Rolling Stone, was moving through the community, had some kids here,
Right.
here, there, and never said anything about it. But his grandmother knew about it, and
Wow.
but what goes on in the house stays in the house type of mentality, or you
Yeah.
know, I figure your father would have told you stuff like that, and or I had my suspicions, but I didn't know for certain, because sometimes in the obituary they'll say the mother and father, and you see the name then. Oh, that's one of his kids. Oh my goodness, let me go give my condolences and stuff like that. But she didn't know that he had a connection to her till she told him. That he was the one. I was like, what?
That is sad. Killed his own brother and didn't even know it.
hmm Now I have heard of cases. I've heard of ones with the cousins and first cousins at that. Yeah,
Just
and then it wasn't the person he was after. It was like the person just uh got caught in the drive by. Hmm.
so did he go to any? Did he have to go to any therapy or anything about it, or
I
how
don't
long ago
know.
did it happen?
Um, I know he went to jail over it. I don't know if he got therapy there because I don't I don't I don't know what happened. There was no mention of it. It's not like I had a close enough connection to this person, ask, so how is so and so is doing? Is he getting therapy over this? Because the person that was telling me this, I wasn't supposed to know that he killed his brother. You know, that he went to jail for killing somebody. That's all I was supposed to know. And people are pretty stickler about you telling people's business and stuff like that. So that's why sometimes I try to avoid saying names when it's concerning other people. Because you could tell a story. You're right. You could tell a story and not say any names. Okay.
Yeah, that's sad though. Yeah, that really is.
But yeah, yeah, and over time, I kept thinking of stuff that's over there. Like when I hear games, I keep thinking California, Los Angeles. I wasn't thinking, closer to home like Texas and Shreveport.
Yeah, a lot of gangs, they migrate from these places like LA and Chicago. They migrate to a lot of these other towns and set up shop there and stuff, unfortunately.
Oh
Like
yeah.
Little Rock, Arkansas is one of their main strongholds.
Oh yeah, I found out when I got to Job Corps, and I was talking to a little dude that was in from Arkansas, and he was telling me he didn't think he was going to live to be uh um over 21, and he came to Job Corps to get training so he can make another life. He was leaving. He wasn't planning on going back to Arkansas. He said, "If I go back, I'm gonna be dead." Because you can't really leave games like talking about. You gotta leave.
Testing 1 2.
Hey Max.
Yeah, we hear you, Max.
All right, Dame, you are an original. You are the best storyteller in the whole world.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think I moved everybody to sleep. Hey, put a one
That's
in the
why.
chat if y'all still there.
That's why we love her here at the E Nation. She's the Dame. She has her own show. Everybody, it's called Conversations with Lady Dame, where she does just what you just heard. She just lets it rip. She's not politically correct. She's not in order. She's just the Dame.
But Dame be going in though. I be listening to Dame sometimes. Dame be going in. I'm like,
yeah.
Hey.
So check her out on Conversations. I love being a guest on her show. I was telling her yesterday, Aaron. I love being a guest on her show.
Right.
I really like it, man. Because even though I got my own show, I like coming on her show because I just get to be like a guest, right? And I could just flow with it. I really like going on her show.
I might have to be a guest.
Huh?
So I might have to be a guest on there one day.
Yeah, come on up, man. Of course you welcome. You E Nation, bro. Of course you welcome. And so my thing is, what was on there last night? We was going off. We had Information Man came up last night. We got into a big thing last night about music. We didn't intend to go there. Yeah. We dang, what did we started off doing?
I came right in the middle of it. You all talking about hip hop.
Yeah. We started off one way.
We started talking about racism in cartoons and video games.
Right. We started off with that. Then we just got heavy into music and hip hop and just went off in that area.
Man, I missed that, man. I came to part of it. Info Man showed up.
Yeah, shout out to Information Man dropping jewels last night. Dropping history on us last night, and it was that kind of show. We had DJ Music Mate. He popped in, did a quick cameo in the chat. So so we got we went ham into the music, last night.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and you know what? And music is very, very important because Black people love music, and so music is one of the ways to alter our mentality. And white people know that. That's why they got our music fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of our ways and messages. It was part of our griot. Hip hop was our griot. It was the people's It was a matter when we first started this conversation, we were talking about hip hop,
Mm-hmm.
how it's changed. It was part of our griot. It was a message, the way we
Yes,
communicate.
yes, yes. And when you look at the message itself by Melly Mel, he was talking about the poverty in the community. He was accentuating things in the community like broken glass everywhere. People pissing on the station, though they just don't care, right? He telling
Yeah,
you the what's going on in the community at the time. He wasn't talking about
yeah.
uh, killing somebody, selling drugs, all this other shit.
Exactly. And that's what I wanted
Okay,
to mention. I wanted to segue how
all right.
people talk about NWA started gang. Actually, NWA really didn't start gangster rap. It was actually
Uh,
what they know as reality rap. They were actually talking about what was going on in their community. See, like on the East Coast, they were more with the conscious, uplifting the black community, which is good
mm,
too. But see, on here on the West Coast, it was a different dynamic. Well, they like, well,
mm,
we don't have that type of experience over here. I mean, I was in Chicago at the time, but because that's where I'm from. But they were talking about what was going on, their experiences. They were talking about something here out in L.A. They had a long time ago called the Battle Ram. That was their reality, where they had this long tank roll up in houses looking for drugs and stuff. That was their experience. They
yeah,
talked about experiences with the LAPD and people
you know
getting beat
what?
up by the police and stuff.
As a matter of fact, they showcased that on the movie NWA.
Yeah, straight out of
Um,
Compton. Yeah,
yeah, I'm sorry, I said NWA. Straight out of
yeah,
Compton. Yeah, yeah. They
yeah. I
showed when
worked
the
on
Ram came up in there.
Yeah, and I worked on that movie too. I did security on that film, and they were talking
Uh,
about that. So in actuality, I don't necessarily think. I mean, yeah, maybe later on in some of their later albums, they started talking about how folks are getting killed, but they were talking about it from a perspective of what goes on, it was going on at the time in South Central Los Angeles and Compton, and when you had people like Daryl Gates as police chief and stuff. They were talking about that from their perspective.
and
Whereas
you know
with
what? And I didn't know that was Ice Cube's son until I found out after the movie was over. I'm like, damn,
oh
he looked just like a young Ice Cube.
yeah, that was his son, O'Shea Jackson Jr.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Man, he looked just like Ice Cube, like a young Ice Cube, didn't he? I was
Yeah,
like,
he did.
man, I'm like, who was this youngster? They found out, oh, that's his son. No wonder. Oh, okay, that's his son. No wonder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, damn, I didn't know that was his son at first, man. I was like, what the hell? Like, they
I
did a
mean,
very good job
with the
casting
cast,
people for that movie.
yeah, they did. I
Yeah, they
mean,
took.
the guys
Uh,
they got to play, especially the guys they got to play Easy and Yellow. Those
uh,
guys were like dead on.
even the,
And
even
then,
the Tupac guy was good.
mm-hmm,
I thought he exaggerated the head movement just a tad bit too much.
yeah,
Because he kind of came up like an Eddie Griffin when he was in. Remember when he was in the studio when they showed the Tupac going la da 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 da, and he was smoking
yeah,
that cigarette and smiling back. I thought there
yeah,
was just too much head movement there. Kind of
right,
put me in the mind of Eddie Griffin more than Tupac. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Just a tad bit. I would have had him lay off the head movement just a tad bit there. It was just a little bit too much.
Well, you
You
know what? The
know.
guy that played Tupac in that movie, he wound up playing Tupac again in a movie called Unsung, which you can find on
Uh.
Netflix. It's called Unsung, about the unsolved
Mm.
murders of Tupac and Biggie. And then the guy that played Biggie, Wade Jones, he was a dead ringer for Big,
Yeah,
Notorious
they
B.I.G.
trust me, man. They know who killed those rappers.
Mm-hmm.
They know exactly who killed them. Just like they know who killed Jam Master Jay. These white folks know who. These white folks know what's going on, bro.
Yeah,
Black
they
people
do.
just don't. Yeah, black people just don't know nothing. Black people are the ones walking around here naive, thinking that nobody knows who the hell killed these people. They know exactly who killed these people, man. Okay,
Yeah.
they know who. Yeah, they know who killed. Hey, man. Speaking of that, the guy that killed Nipsey Hussle, I heard that he's spilling the beans that somebody sent him to kill Nipsey Hussle.
He probably, you know what?
Oh,
Someone probably did. Eric Holder. Well, on the street, they know he's known as Shitty Cuz.
uh,
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either, because
See,
Nipsey was
man.
doing too much in the community.
Yeah.
And
See, black
then
people.
Nipsey was about to work on a documentary about Dr. Sebi. So yeah, that
See,
definitely was
you know what the problem is, right? Between these black people and the black people from the 60s and 70s, black people from the 60s and 70s protected each other. You couldn't go into nobody's neighborhood and kill somebody prominent like that and get out of that neighborhood. You'd never make it out of there. I'm serious.
Well,
you would never make it out of there.
Well, word on the street is that he can't go back to his if he was to ever get out, which he won't, he cannot go back to his neighborhood. He cannot go back to Slauson.
Yeah, you wouldn't last 24 hours, bro. I remember a dude killed a little girl. He raped this little girl. I'll never forget this, man. One of the ugliest murders we ever seen as a kid or whatever. The things he did to this poor little girl. You know what I'm saying? He didn't last 24 hours, bro.
They got him, huh?
By the time the cops caught him, matter of fact, they wanted the cops to find him. He was cut up in a dumpster.
That message should be sent. Matter of fact, something similar like that, what you said, I believe happened in Chicago. A girl got raped, and then this fool blamed it on the gang there. He blamed it on some of the GDs, and man, they got a hold of him. It was nothing pretty. He's like, oh no, not only did you rape a girl, but you lied on us.
Yeah, so, exactly.
Yeah, we really gonna get you, homie.
Yeah, and black people had their own system. If you did something outrageous like that, you answered for it, and it was usually a death sentence.
We were basically on code back then.
Yeah, it was usually a death sentence. And back then, even though you had drug dealer kingpins and stuff, they protected the neighborhood because because even some of them had kids, and there's certain things you wasn't allowed to do. You couldn't sell drugs around kids. Yeah,
they had morals back then. They actually like, you know what? I know what I do. I sell poison, but you know what? When it comes to these babies, I know when to turn it down.
That's right. You stay away from these babies. Okay, and if you mugged an old woman, you got your ass whooped.
Yeah.
Because everybody loved everybody loved Big Mama back then. Remember Big Mama? Everybody loved Big Mama. Everybody loved their grandmamas. Grandmama always had cookies and toys for you. Are you kidding me? Boy, you mess somebody, man, let me tell you something. You even think about messing with somebody's grandmama, that was your ass.
Matter of fact, even back then, even if it wasn't, like say for example, someone did something to your grandma, and I was be like, you know what? I know she wasn't my grandma, but because Max, I know you my boy. I'm gonna ride with you. I'm gonna ride with you.
That's exactly how we got down. If somebody did something to your family that was fucked up or some shit, say, yo, Aaron, what's up? Yo, man, we ready. Don't say we got burners. Yeah.
Because I'm like, Max, your grandma, that's my grandma too. So let's ride.
And you know what? That's exactly where it was. Everybody's grandmother was everybody's grandmama.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And so, there was things that were off limits back then.
And even if you was
there was certain shit, right?
Yeah. And there was shit you just couldn't. The OGs will step to you, say, little nigga, what you doing out of class? Ain't you supposed to be in school?
That's
Take your little ass back to school, little nigga.
There was shit back then that was absolutely off limits. You could not do certain things. Women and children and grandmamas were off limits. You did not fuck with nobody's child, their grandmama, their mama. You didn't do that. That was a death sentence. You didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So today, these niggas ain't got no code. They jackals. They done sold out. They don't care about nothing. They don't care about no kid. I remember when that 11-year-old girl got attacked by that big white dude?
Mm-hmm.
Man, you had niggas on here talking about something. She got what she deserved. She should never put her hands on nobody. You got a grown-ass man. You got grown-ass men talking about this 11-year-old baby shouldn't have put her hands on her. What the hell she gonna do to a 6'6", 300-pound white man with them little tiny-ass hands of hers?
Man, with them little manosphere hoes talking like that. I remember that.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
pissed me off, man. That
Hey,
really
it pissed me off too.
I'm
Talking
like,
about
man,
she
y'all,
shouldn't have put her hands on nobody. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm like, y'all some bitches, man, for even thinking
Yeah.
that way. Yeah, I said it. Y'all some straight up biatches. I mean,
See,
an
let me tell you something,
11-year-old
right?
baby.
Guys like that couldn't survive in the neighborhood that I grew up in. I don't know what the hell's going on now with all these homos and I don't know what's going on now. But the shit I grew up in, oh man, you better not let nobody know you was like that.
But you know what, Max? Though YouTube is
Huh?
a safe space. See, when like I told
Yeah.
you, they can hide behind avatars and come up with all these fake ass weird names and have animals and stuff as pictures. They can mask their identity. Like you said, you couldn't be like that in the real world. Be like, oh nigga,
No.
you feel this way, homie? Yeah, come with us. We want to show
Yeah.
you something quick.
Imagine you chilling with your boys, y'all drinking some OE or some shit, right? Talking about girls and money. Like I was saying yesterday, real men, when they get around each other, it's either got to be some women involved or they got to have a purpose. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a purpose or else they ain't going to hang out with each other because real men don't be around each other like that. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
imagine
how I
you
grew
out,
up.
right, you drinking and then these niggas around you talking about, yeah, man, you know, that little 11-year-old girl got what she deserves. And you thinking
Yeah,
like, what?
man, it'll be like a like on the TV
Yo,
shows. You hear like a
yo,
response and be
man, I
like,
know cats. I know
"What this
cats that
nigga
would have
just
stepped to him and be like, what you just say, homie?
say?" Yeah,
Now, first they'll make sure they know what they're talking like, oh, man, you talking about that little young, that little 11-year-old girl with that white man? Like, yeah.
yeah,
What you say, homie? Can you say that
yeah.
again?
Yeah, say that again. Now, what you said before
Uh-huh.
you said what you said. Say that
Yeah.
about the little 11-year-old girl. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure I heard you clearly.
Tell you, man, these cats ain't in no real hoods. I don't know, nah. I don't know what
Mm-hmm.
hoods these cats is from, but they ain't from no real hood either. You know, a real hood would never. Nah, no.
Max, I'm telling you, they ain't built like me and you no more.
Nah, nah, nah. I don't know. I don't know what kind of niggas it is, man.
These cats today, man. I mean, back then when I was growing up, you was frowned upon if you didn't talk about being with a woman. If you weren't talking about now, these dudes today, they want to be with each other and stuff.
I know.
Man, we didn't talk that way. Like, yeah, nigga, let's go hang
Nah,
out with the homies and stuff. Yo, man, it
nah.
ain't no fun unless the homies can get none.
Everybody was
What?
about their girl. Everybody was about their girl.
Yeah.
Everybody was about their girl. Hey, if you met up with your boys, hey man, yo, what you about to do, man? I'm about to go to this girl house I met last night. Remember, Keisha on Park Street. Oh man, you got with her? Yeah, man, I'm meeting her right now. I'm about to go down there. Her mom's getting ready to drop her off, so I'm about to see what she about. Word, man, go ahead and get that, man. You know what I'm saying? We always talking about girls.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but like, yeah, man, you know, I got this other chick I'm checking out, man. You know, I'm about to go around her house. You know, her moms want me to go out with them and whatnot to eat. So I'm gonna be down there, you know. So everybody was talking about being with their girls.
Yeah. And then
You
you
know what I'm
come back,
saying?
yeah, man.
Uh-huh.
That girl Keisha I was telling y'all about, man. Yeah, man. You know what? I
Uh,
think she might be the one, man. I'm getting a little bit serious
yeah,
about this one,
exactly.
man. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm feeling
You
I'm
know,
feeling some way about her, man. You know. So
ain't
y'all might
nobody
not be
talking
seeing
about,
me for a little bit.
yeah, ain't nobody talking about, yo, man, I'm about to go out with my dudes. You
Yeah,
about to
you
do
still
what?
y'all still my boys and all, but man, yeah, me and my
Nah,
lady here, we gonna talk about some
yeah.
things.
Ain't nobody talking like they're talking about, yo, I'm about to go out with my dudes. What?
Yeah, your dudes.
Yo, dudes. The hell y'all getting ready to do? The fuck you mean you getting ready to go out? What dudes?
They don't even sound right coming. I mean,
Yeah, it
yeah.
don't, right? What the fuck you mean you going out with some dudes? You know what I'm saying? Now you can't, yo, man, me on KC and you know, rapping all of them. We get ready to play some ball at the park, man. Y'all coming? All right, man. You know, give me a few minutes, man. And yo, don't bring that fucked up ball y'all had last time.
For
You know what
real,
I'm
there
saying?
you
That
go.
motherfucker's a rock. You
Yeah,
know,
man.
you know, bring a real basketball this time, nigga. Don't bring no goddamn rock down the
Yeah, man.
motherfucking shit.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
ball, man. I threw that ball up in here, nigga. Then man, that shit got stuck up in the net, nigga. It took about an hour just to
nigga,
get that. down, nigga.
I know, right? And niggas tell about, yeah, man, listen, I run one game, but then I got to go, man. I got this girl I got to meet, man, you know? Oh, word? What you talking about? Yolanda and them from down on stage? Nah, man, not them, man. Her friend, dog. What,
Yeah,
her friend?
toxic.
Puffy? Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
oh, man, you got with her, yo, man, she fine, yo. Yeah, I know, man. You know what happened?
She got this sister named Tasha, man. Her sister Tasha, she want to get at you, bro. You might need to come with me, nigga. Yeah.
All right, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's what it was about back then. That's how we got down.
And
Would
then
nobody
brothers
be on some
and check this out, Max. Then brothers be like, but man, before you come with me, my nigga, you gonna have to take that off, bro. You gonna have to change or something, bro. I'll wait for you, but you gonna have to come up out of them clothes, dude. Do something different. You ain't gonna go looking with me like any old thing, bro. I got you, homie.
Exactly, man. We about to go around some girls, man. You can't be looking all crazy and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so my thing is, we never said, well, we going out with our dudes. We didn't talk like that. What you mean you going out with your dudes? Nigga, you go out with women. You don't go out with dudes. Nobody said no shit like that, man. These niggas talking about, yo, I'm going out with my dudes, man. I'm hanging with my dudes. We just gonna, man, fuck out of here. You're going out with your dudes. Like I said, it was all about females. And if we gonna ball, everybody had a time limit. Yo, I'm just gonna run one game. Then I got to go, man. I got business I got to handle. Yo, man, I'll run one game too. Then I gotta go meet my girl. You know, everybody has shit to do. So after we go down there and rock for a game, everybody gone. With nobody just sitting around, just being with each man. We didn't do that.
Yeah, man, be like, yo, man, I thought you was with your dudes. I am with my dudes. Well, what y'all doing? Nothing. We just sitting here, you know, smoking. Okay, smoking and smoking, and we ain't doing nothing.
I see you niggas ain't about shit.
So you mean to tell me you niggas sitting in here on the porch watching cars and shit go by? You ain't talking about nothing. You just smoking.
You just smoking. You ain't talking about getting no girls, no nothing, huh? You ain't talking about hitting them skins, none of that.
Yeah. All of a sudden, but y'all, you know, man, we holding it down. Exactly what y'all are holding down.
Be like, yo, man, come smoke with us. Nah, bro, I'm good. I ain't smoking nothing with you, man.
Yeah, I don't even smoke, nigga.
Yeah. I don't smoke behind nobody, man. And then I don't drink behind nobody either. You got to have your own shit now. You got a cup, I'll pour you some. I ain't drinking behind nobody and shit. You know what I'm saying?
And then check this out too. You notice something, but it's too many new niggas in the group also. Be like, yo, man, who are these dudes, bro? I mean, I know you, and I know OJ right here, but who are these other niggas? I don't know them.
I don't know, man. That's some nigga, man. Rockin' them brought up, man. Rollo and them and shit. Yo, man, where Rollo at? I don't know. That nigga, I ain't seen Rollo in like a week.
Rollo and dip. And then you pull one of them to the side and say, hey, bro, check this out, man. That nigga you got, I recognize him. I think him and his cousin, bro, they was involved in that armed robbery over there at at the so-and-so department store. So you might want to watch your ass hanging out with them, bro, just so you saying, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Then you got to be like, oh, man, we all right, bro. Okay, all right.
All right, my ass. I ain't around with nobody doing armed robberies. Nigga, what the fuck you think this is?
Mm-hmm. See, that's the thing, man. That's how they were able to put agents in the midst too. You get too many new people, and ain't nobody vetted nobody. Nobody did no background. Be like, nigga, who are you? Where did you come from? We never seen you before. You know. I mean, no disrespect, but once again, we don't know you. Be like, I know Matt, I know Dame, I know so and so, but who are you?
Right, and you know what? And the thing about it is that there's no, like you said, there's no code of honor. There was things that we didn't allow to go on in the neighborhood. You see things that's going on now. It's just shameful, bro. Just flat out shameful. You know, and I don't even like. I'm not even sure what state the community is in anymore.
Yeah,
You know,
that's the thing too. We don't even know. It's like,
I think
yeah,
I think white people control the hoods now because a lot of these dudes are on the white supremacist payroll.
I got news for you. They always did control the hoods. Bro.
Yeah,
I'll tell you why. People talk about, yo, man, this our block. Okay, so check this out. This your block, right? So if the city planning committee wanted to build a highway through your block, then what you gonna do about it? You gonna step to it and say, no, you can't build this highway here. No, what you gonna do? You gonna back your ass up and bow down like you always do, and let them build that highway. That's what's gonna happen. You know. Uh-oh, what happened?
It dropped off. Must be in a bad area. Shoot, some of them do so bad they probably actually be working on building the highway through the area.
Mm-hmm.
Or they be so oblivious. It's not until the bulldozers are coming through.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, man, no, man, they can't do that. Oh, yeah, they can, and they are. And guess what? You gonna stand back and let them.
Mm-hmm.
See, what it's like, where was y'all ass before about 2 months earlier when we was passing out the petition so they couldn't do it? Oh no, y'all was too busy going to hanging out and drinking. Oh man, they don't work. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, y'all was talking about this, man. Here, let me sign a petition now. Then, no, it's too late, nigga, to sign a petition. When it was time for you to sign a petition, your ass was too busy hanging out with your dudes.
When we was going to city hall meeting to to protest and say why not, and what we can do to make sure it don't come through our street or our city or our town or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all was laughing at us for going, man. I ain't trying to go over there with all them white folks. Okay.
Or a check came to your house with your name on it, and all you saw was free money. You didn't see that if you cash this check, you're okaying that they can bulldoze your house and build the highway through.
Yep. Exactly. Oh yeah. All right. Okay. All right, nigga. So where you gonna live? Because I guarantee you, what they sent you is not enough for you to pay no rent. Oh, dang, man. And I guarantee you what you gonna do when you cash this check, what's gonna happen? You gonna buy all the weed and liquor you can buy, get you some drink, or go to the club,
Mm-hmm.
buy up the bar, and then before you know it, you ain't got no more money with your dumb ass.
Or you've been smoking up, drinking your rent money, and since you're
Hmm.
behind on the rent, the landlord was able to streamline your eviction, and
Yep.
especially since the city wanted to build the highway through that area.
Yep. And it's like, and basically, exactly, he's like, well, he didn't pay me the rent no way. So, yeah, this is still my property. So, yes, y'all can build the highway. Now, what you gonna do? Oh, man, I didn't think of, yeah, we know you didn't think about it. It's too late now. See, y'all laughed at us and saying that, oh, we think we better than everyone. No, we was trying to save your ass from getting your house stolen or taken.
Yeah. Although sometimes that usually happen with a family house. Their grandmama, mama left them the house. So they're thinking, oh, no rent, but they ain't been paying the taxes.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I know a bunch of people that lost their houses because they weren't paying the taxes, and some white man was paying the taxes on their property. And after so many years of paying the taxes, the house is his.
Yep. You messed over the family house that your mom raised your black ass in, that she grew up in, that you should have did. Matter of fact, grandma raised about maybe 3 or 4 generations in that same house that you couldn't pay the taxes on. And now the house is about to be lost because you wanted to have fun and not take care of business.
Mm-hmm. Well, but I've seen several houses taken like that. Plus, you know, didn't know until it ended up on the city paper of all the property that's going up for sale because of non-payment of taxes.
Yep.
Say, do you know your
Yep.
house on sale? No. This is my grandma gave me this house. Well,
Yep.
you paying the taxes, or they were paying state taxes, but they weren't paying city taxes or something like that. Well, that was kind of eye opening for me. I knew about paying the taxes on property, but I didn't know there was one for the city and one for the state.
Yep. One for the city, one for the state, and heck, it might be one for the nation.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
you get some of these, and then check this out, Dane. You got
Mm-hmm.
all these so-called hood stars that claim, "Oh, we hustle, man. I'm a hustler." Okay, well, let's see if you can hustle up enough tax money to save your house.
Mm-hmm. Or they neglect the house and let it go to rack and ruin, and the city
Hmm.
condemns it.
But these same dudes, though, they swear up and down that they ballers. Okay, baller, shot caller. Let's see if you can save your house.
Mm-hmm. Are you so busy running the street or doing everything else? You weren't listening to your mom when she was trying to tell you what you need to do. Then mom all of a sudden had a heart attack and gone, and you stuck not knowing what to do. Don't know where anything's at. Or a storm comes through and do damage to the house. So you need to repair it, otherwise it's unlivable, and you don't know what the insurance for the house is.
Yep, exactly.
Or you didn't get the paperwork done to transfer it from your grandma and mom's name to your name. So they sent a check, but she has to sign for it, but she's no longer here. And don't you dare try to sign her name to the check, you're gonna be going to jail for identity theft.
Yep, and fraud, forgery. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. But some people it's surprising. Like one of my cousins in the military, Surprised me. 19 years old. At the time he was stationed in Arizona, he bought these raggedy houses and stuff like that. Him and a buddy, him and a couple of buddies. They brought these raggedy houses. They fixed them up and flip the house, and they would sell it. And the ones they couldn't sell, they rented it out.
Yep, that's smart right there.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? The city plant, the city, they always have houses like that for sale. You just go down there and take a look at them. They always have houses that you can flip and rent and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Especially in the South, they call them trap houses, and those houses go easily.
Yeah. Because last time, well, not the last time. Well, when he was there for my grandfather's funeral, he had to go to Arizona before he was gonna be stationed out because he was gonna sell his share to the house to one of his buddies. As I said, there was three of them. They brought the third guy out because he just wanted to sell. He didn't want to be, in on the rent and stuff. Said, buy me out, buy me out. This is my share. Give it to me. I'm out of it. Okay, so it was just the two of them, but he's finna go overseas. He's gonna be overseas for years. He can't be landlord from a distance, that distant, So he's like, mm-mm. So, well, it turned out his buddy also was thinking of the same thing. So what they did was they gave the guys, they ended up selling it to one of the colleges as a frat house. I was like, what? Y'all can do that? That's the first time I heard of selling a house to become a fraternity or sorority house. Because they were renting out to college students. And that's what they did. Because neither one of them, he said, okay, it was fine when I was stateside. Yeah, I can, just travel every now and then, check on the on the house. If they call me and tell me there's an issue and stuff like that, I have certain people like plumbers, such and so in the area that I could call, have them go and either turn it off, work on it, whatever, and they let me know what's going on until I can get there to see for myself. And so he said, no, I'm gonna be way on the other end of the world. Okay, so now he's no longer in the military. He started off flipping the house, but he ended up not being able to sell it, so he ended up staying there. Okay, so he stayed there for a while. I don't have to rent it. Just gotta pay my taxes on it every year and stuff like that. When him and his baby mom was split up, yeah. In that case, it was baby mom, and I just, he left the house to her and his child. He said, I just find another place. At least, that's one less thing I have to pay. I could, hey, you don't have to pay no rent. House. I'm gonna continue paying the taxes and stuff like that, and whatever agreed amount they had on the child support. So,
right.
And so he just went to another house that he was working on, and he stayed and worked on there, and then he ended up staying there. Then he ended up with another baby mama, and same thing. I was like, so you got two houses that you're not renting out and stuff like that, and you paying taxes, you got money going out. He said, yeah, but I pay less on child support because the part with the housing is covered. Because he got one of his baby mama and sister on sending him to court. Well, hey, he could show, okay, this is my house. They're staying in it rent free. This is how much a house of this cost would be for rent. blah blah blah. And he's like, and I paid this amount of taxes every year on this house, nothing fell. And so that aspect of child support is covered. So that means he pays less. He still pays child support now. It's just that he don't have to pay as much because hey, his children housing is covered. There. Is that all she got to do is pay for the utilities? That's her share. You know. Oh, I be laughing when I'm listening to the times I had listened to him talk about it. I was like, dang, you just make me laugh. But I said, hey, I can't say you're deadbeat dad. That he ain't.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't no deadbeat dad. Loves all the children. Spend time with all of them. They all know about each other. They all love each other. He gives them his time. He gives them as a group. He sees them as individuals. They get individual and group time with them and stuff like that. And in one case, when he lost his job, he was you could say he was daddy daycare because he went pick him up. He brought him to school, pick him up from school. You know, he was the daycare. Because the biggest thing that was eating up the child support was daycare because he was working and their mom was working. You know, and schooling. Well, daycare. After school program. So that was him. I was like, and what it did was it not only covered for him not being able to pay the child support, it made things easier with him and the baby mama. They ain't gonna be hooking up, but they're friends. They are more relaxed relationship, and they're about their child.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? I hardly, except for initially when it initially happened, I never heard him complain about child support. He thinks she's asking too much for it, but he honestly expect to pay child support. Yeah, I think that's why he was talking to our uncle because he went through that. hmm I
And
just was
early.
I was just in the ears that he was bouncing off of. And he's like, do you think I'm wrong for well, you can feel like that, but don't be yelling at her. Y'all had that child together.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
And that's something that's another thing these irresponsible manosphere dudes they teach this pump and dump
Uh-huh.
uh, ideology too. It's like you honestly think you can just have sex with this woman and then when she has a child, you think you can just skirt your responsibilities, and then you want to talk about and she getting the white man in my business. You help her get the white man in your business by not taking your responsibility, fool.
Yeah, yeah. Because none of the kids know anything about food stamps. They don't know WIC.
Yeah.
Yeah, he provided for all that. He never denied that they were his kids. They never denied the possibility. I ain't saying he never did a DNA test for one or two of them, but he did not say there's no way possible. Like, okay, yeah, if I have my doubts, he'd be honest. I have my doubts. I know about the other dudes and stuff like that. I want a DNA test and stuff like that. But in the meantime, I'm going to help you out. To help you out. And if it ain't mine, think of it as your baby shower gift. Because
Hmm.
you admit that once I find, I'm gonna be honest. Once I find out mine, you ain't gonna be getting no more from me, except maybe a ride to the hospital when you go in labor. If emergency, and then you better make me an emergency. You try every avenue first.
Yeah, it's like you want to have your little fun,
Mhm,
but you don't want to deal with the consequences of your
mhm.
fun.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
especially since
Yeah.
he's one of the types that don't believe in condoms.
Oh, good Lord, have mercy.
He'd be like, I pull out game because he had stated something. I don't know if he don't because my let me see, my Instagram don't have my name. It just has my email because I was kind of new to it. I just left it alone. He don't know until it might have my name on the sign out, or when I say, "Hey, what's up, cuz," and then he know who I am. But sometimes he'd be like, and he said he'd be like, "This is it, no more kids." Baby number 5 is it. He said, "I'm not having any more kids." And I'm thinking, okay, 5 kids. That's like, oh, okay. So I'm like, oh, okay, good. You're gonna have a vasectomy. She's like, whoa, cuz, why you have to go there? No, I might want another kid. Wait a minute, you just said no more kids. I said, oh, okay. So you gonna start wearing condoms? He said, I don't like wearing condoms. Don't feel right, dude. How you gonna? I said, how you gonna do that? You not having sex at all? He said, oh, no. I'm not the type to go celebrate. He said, my pull-out game is on point. I said,
Yeah,
oh,
okay.
if your pull-out game was on point, you would not have 5 kids. I said, okay, I'll see you next year. I'm gonna start looking for a baby shower gift right now, because in the next year it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
happen. So far, I think he's been able to, but he ain't been living with somebody. Now he's living with somebody. That's a whole new challenge.
So this pull-out game is tight, but he got 5 kids. Yeah, okay.
Oh, oh, I can
Okay,
understand. I can
okay,
understand 3 of them because he was married.
right. Okay, now say your pull-out game. Okay, let's say this then. Say if his pull-out game was tight. Okay,
Mhm.
well then now you also have to deal with the Well, there's venereal diseases. Did you think
Mhm.
about that?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. How did he put that? Oh, he made.
STDs.
I don't know whether to believe him or not, cause he said, "Oh, we always get checked out." I said, "Every woman you have sex with, yeah, y'all get yourself checked out."
Because not only are you sleeping with her, but you technically are sleeping with the dudes that she
She.
slept with, and then the other women that he slept with,
Hmm.
and it's basically it's a gift that keeps on giving.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know whether to believe him or not, but I keep expecting every time I go Instagram. I keep expecting to hear something about him. Him being a father again. But no, he surprised me. He's in love again. He's living with this woman. This is this. Uh, I guess you could say this is ride or die. Although he didn't actually say that, but she's the one. I was like, okay. I said, okay. I'm gonna go a year from when he put this Instagram thing out. I'm gonna check again. Because sometimes it's easier to do that when you're not living with somebody. But when you're living with each other and all that stuff, I've seen when men are living with a woman, they get a little lazy, a little sloppier with things. Whether they use condoms, pull out, um, and they get a little sloppy, and then here comes the kid.
Right.
Yeah. But I've had only one relative that managed to maintain. But he said from the get go, he don't want no kids, and he's married. I don't want no kids. I'm not ready for no kids. That's like nobody's ready for no kids
Nope.
and stuff like that. But he makes sure. I mean, he's more involved than I thought men were possible until later. I mean, he knows her. He knows her cycle. He knows about her doctor's appointment. He asks. He's involved and stuff like that. He knew when his wife had to come off the birth control because of some medication she had to take. He was all in it, you know. And she couldn't go, without birth control without him notice. He noticed that, hey, you don't have that band-aid on your butt from when you got the shot or the arm. Sometimes she rotates, you know. Um and stuff like that. Why not? Oh, the doctor took me.
Don't they call it a depot shot or no? They got a name for that type of shot.
Yeah, the birth control shot. I keep forgetting the name of it. But there's
But
always something there. Either there's a mark or not, or you very sensitive to the
well,
pain. I have a friend.
I heard those shots also have side effects, and so does the pill.
Yeah, for some women, like I could never go on the pill. The doctor would not, because for some women, they'll form blood clots, deep vein thrombosis, because yeah, one of the hormones in there messes with the body, is more prone to clot. Other women, they swell up. They swell up. Some women
Mm-hmm.
have allergic reaction. Some people, it don't work at all. You see, especially these nowadays, because in the earlier days, when I was younger, they had to tweak the birth control to the women, so they had to constantly go back and forth, change this ingredient, add a little more, a little less of that, or change it or do a different type of birth control. But now they just change different types of birth control instead of tweaking it. You get some with a little more of this or a little less of that and all that stuff. And then there's those pills you would take to go off the birth control for 7 days and stuff like that. So
Yep.
there's all kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, because I knew a girl. Let me see. She got pregnant twice. She lost them, but we think it's because of the birth control. One of them, she had the shots. She ended up getting pregnant, and then she lost it. She's like, no, 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 no. I need something more permanent. So she got the one, but they stick it underneath the dermal skin, the skin in the arm, and it releases and stuff like that. It's good for like 5 years. So she got that.
Man, it's just too much to have to go through just to have some fun. I mean,
Yeah,
how
that's why.
people just get married. I believe in marriage. How about people just getting married and stuff?
Yeah, well, it used to be that the only women who could get birth control were married women. When they want to space out their kids, they didn't want to have a kid every year or every 9 months, because shooks, women could have two children the same year and they'd be 9 months apart. So yeah, used to be married women were the only ones, and that's to give you know, a break between pregnancy and give their body a chance to, heal and all that stuff. Then it became for every woman. And that's the beginning of the sexual revolution. Freedom! No, not freedom ain't free. The woman
Nope.
still got to go through all kind of stuff. More so the man. I said, well, shoot, so I said, condoms been around since what, 1920s, 1930s?
Condoms been around in the 1920s and 30s. I didn't know that. I thought
Well,
condoms came from the 80s.
But they were made out of sheepskin. So some of them it's the prophylactic, the condoms that's kind of new.
Yeah,
Yeah,
latex. That's what they
the
use.
latex. The latex
It's
system.
it's not a
Latex.
spermicide. They call them the Noxonol 9, which is a
Mhm.
spermicide. So,
Yeah, yeah, but no, it's just that okay. It was easier when you was in the military to get it than when you were a civilian. But yeah, they were there, or they cost too much. As I said, some of they had more lambskin ones before that.
yeah, lambskin. I heard that was the
Yeah,
most common one, lambskin.
because if you look at the history, they were giving it to soldiers to keep them from getting STDs from the local prostitutes.
Yeah, especially during Vietnam.
Hmm.
Oh, a lot of soldiers were returning back with some extra mm, luggage, if I might.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, but then it's like that for every war. If you used to look into the history, if you go into the medical, one of the things was STDs. That's why they were looking into syphilis and gonorrhea and doing
Yeah.
all that other stuff.
Yeah, Ling Ling talk about she love you long time, yeah, and she gonna leave you with a gift that's gonna stay with you for a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's why they in some areas they started sending the doctors over to the whorehouses to make sure the girls was all clean up and straight. You know, because there was too many of their soldiers. Okay, the doctor told you caught an STD, and you more likely caught it from the whole house you went to, but you gonna go back to it. You know,
Yeah.
well, I was cleared up. I thought she'd be clear. And be so. And then you hear these stupid stories. Like they believe that once they got the shot, that means they cure from it for always. So they reinfect themselves.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's like wow. I mean, you would think, well, you know what? That's the problem. They thinking with the wrong head. They thinking with the little head instead of the big head.
Yeah, yeah. You figure catching peeing fire it would be an incentive not to go, or at
Hmm.
least so they were getting tired of it, you know, and so the military paid to get the clean up the prostitutes. They shut down,
Hmm.
they quarantined the whole houses so they could get their shots and be cured of the
Yep.
disease before they could reopen up to the soldiers again. I was like,
Like like
what?
like, I,
You
like Ice
tell me
Cube once
the
said.
military,
Like,
the U.S. government paid to cure the hordes from STDs. I was
like Ice Cube once said, look who's burning. He
like,
said you up here running around and your pussy blowing smoke signals.
hmm.
Basically, he got the. He said, look who got a big dose of penicillin.
Hmm.
Yeah, you trying to hide, trying to run and hide like we don't know who you are. But yeah, we see you sitting in that clinic.
Hmm.
And look
Oh
who's
yeah.
burning.
In one of the clinics, they could tell what you got by what day you show up. Ooh, today is such and such. Ooh, STDs. Oh, they come for STDs. Cause I was getting a little nervous. I had to get a hepatitis C shot, and the only place you could get it for free was at this clinic. But the only day they gave me, I found out later, was the day do they do for STDs, testing and shots. And I'm like, listen, I saw you in the clinic. You okay? What are you talking about? Yeah, you was at the clinic yesterday. Oh, well, you just bringing somebody there. Oh, well, yeah, but what makes you think I was there for that? Well, that's the day for the STDs. You either get
Mm-hmm.
tested or you getting a shot for it.
And
What?
you know what?
How do you know?
And
I
you
was
know
like,
what the dude. And you know what the dude does too. What they do to the guy when he get the claps. You know they have him do some of the most humiliating stuff. You gotta whip it out, put it on a table, and well, you know.
I didn't know exactly what happens, but until later. But I just knew guys did not want to go unless they was crippled by it. I said, y'all be waiting too late, y'all.
Yeah, you be crippled by it when you standing over there taking a piss and that shit coming out hurting, and you like hunched over in pain just taking a piss. Yeah, you crippled all right.
Hmm.
So you sound like you spitting out hell out your little thing.
Yeah. Although one
Mm,
time I did go bring a friend there, bringing a friend there, and I was like, "Hey, what's up with the little paper bags right there? Oh, those are condoms. Oh, you can go ahead and have you one." That's why I was like, "There's free condoms everywhere, dude." Just got to know where to go. You know, and I was like, for real? Well, how many can I have? Well, how many think you need?
Yeah.
To play it safe, I might get 5. 5? Yeah. One for my, 1 or 2 for my friend that is sent in, and one for another friend, and 2 for me.
I think your friend can come in just like you did and get their own damn condoms, can't they?
Oh yeah, they can. But I know my friend, she gets embarrassed easily.
Well,
So
she would be more embarrassing if she mess around and catch the claps, and then she got to be up in here anyway, and sit on the doctor's table with her legs gapped all open, and they going up in there and find out what's going on.
well, that was her husband's fault. I know, I know it was, but apparently, whatever was so bad, she got it. She ended up getting 5. You know, I gave her one. I said, "Oh, I got the bag of condoms there over there." So I left out to go to the car to pull the car up, and she come out with 4 extra bags. I was like, "You gotta say, yep." They said, "My damn husband, he's been fooling around on me. He gave me the clap." Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, you should have clapped him upside the head with a frying pan for doing that to you. Okay, we'll make an appointment for you. Just wait right here. It's a pamphlet for you to read.
Yeah.
And we'll call you in about 5 minutes. Don't go nowhere now.
So we get there. She confronts him. Oh, at first we see her son. She said, "Here, boy, don't make me no grandmother. Use these." It's stuff like that. Don't catch it. You're gonna catch something running around with these little old gals. I couldn't believe it because she's younger than me. She actually used little old gals, and this is when we're about 30. She's 30. I'm like 35. I was like, "Hey, did your mama just come out of your voice?" Well, in her case, her auntie. I was like, "Oh my goodness." Okay, I left when he showed up. You know, I was like, I'm not getting caught in the middle of the argument. I don't want to be a witness if she clap him over the head with a frying pan. I don't want to end up sending my friend to jail. Yes, I saw when she bopped him over the top of the head with the iron skillet, and then he was gone. I didn't want to be a witness to that. No.
No, here's how you do that, Frank. Dan, check this out. Okay, they a married couple, right? Okay, well, say that's married people business. I don't get involved in that. And that's exactly how I'm gonna be like. Well, hey, they a husband and wife.
Yeah,
I don't know.
and I left so she wouldn't pull me into it. Because she'll try to pull me into that. Okay, hey, good, you made it. I'm going. Bye, y'all. You and your wife need to talk about. I mean, I jet.
I'm single. I do not get involved in married people business. Nope. Y'all my friends and all, and I love you dearly, but y'all are married. That is y'all to work out.
Yeah. 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 And you know, and we had stopped to the store to get some. So I was helping unload, and he came out and said, "Oh, hey, good. I'm glad you're here." He thought I thought he was here because he could pick up all the heavy stuff. No, I'm glad you're here so I could jet. So I took off.
Y'all call me back to the house when the storm clear.
Yeah.
You know the number.
Yeah.
Okay, love you. Bye.
When she called me, I said, "So is he still alive?" Yeah, he's alive, but he ain't in the house. What? I kicked him out. What? Tell him go back to his other woman. What? But she took him back eventually. Yep. Made him go to the clinic, get himself treated. I don't want to go. Do you know what they do? You know what they do? It's horrible. It's like, you shouldn't have done what you did. You want to die? You want to go crazy? All right, bro, speak. Good to see you. You better jump in and speak now.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
All right.
Hey, what up, bro? Speak.
Nothing much. Trying doing these extra hours. They killing us over here.
we just talking about all kind of topics, and you know what, Dame gonna keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I know. I was listening. I was like, I am so glad I never had to go through that. Man, I've heard the whole story. So, man, I'm so glad I never had to. I've been very careful, and the people that I've done that with,
you remember that Ice Cube song, don't you? You remember that song by Ice Cube? Look who's burning.
I don't remember. I know
it's on the Death Certificate album. That's his most popular album, Death Certificate. Of course, that one ain't America's Most Wanted, but Death Certificate had the cuts.
Ah, man.
Yeah, when you get it, matter of fact, you can go on YouTube and find it.
Yeah, I probably have to check it out. But yeah, this
it's a classic.
But yeah,
classic Cube. That's classic Cube when he was at the top of his game.
Oh yeah, back in the past, yeah. But you know how it is with so many people. You know, they so addicted to sex. They gotta have it. You know, they just go through anything. Shit, I'm so glad I mean, I could have been, but luckily the people that are around, they just as safe as I want to be. So I never have to worry about people burning me like that. Everybody like, we ain't trying to get burned either. So shit.
You're trying to get burned. Yeah, your pullout game might be on point, but like I said before, there's that other factor. You got the VD.
Yeah, that's true, man. Man, that's one thing I didn't like. I had to do that for my doctor. She had to check down there. This a female doctor, and it wasn't for VD, but it was for, you know, I was applying for TSA, and they do a physical. So the nurse at the time, you had to look down there, and she saw that it might have been a problem. So I had to go to my actual PCP, and she had to check down there. We were both embarrassed. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want you looking down there.
I've been kind of curious. If you have to get inspected down there by a doctor, would you prefer male or female?
To be honest, neither. Only because if I was attracted to the female doctor, I still wouldn't. It's just like that's just not the time for that, man.
I get what you're saying, bro. Speak, yeah.
It's like,
you know what? Me and Dane was talking about this earlier. You'd be like, yeah, well, she said she was embarrassed. You know what? It might be an embarrassing situation, but at the same time, you put yourself in that position and to be embarrassed. And yes, it is an embarrassing situation. But guess what? When you mess around and doing something that's out of line, your time to be embarrassed is not important. You should have thought about that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You know, look, I've had to have I had to ask to get tested for all kind of STDs at one time. So, I mean, I wasn't embarrassed about that, but when she started checking down there, because the lady at the TSA was like, yeah, you need to get that checked out because we can't hire you if you don't get that done. And this is a PCP that I had for a while, and it's also my ex-wife's PCP too. So it's like, it's kind of like I don't want her going back and telling her either. So, but luckily, I mean, it was something, but it wasn't like life threatening or harmful. But it wasn't an STD either, so I was lucky for that.
Okay, I gotta start paying attention to the chat a little bit. I couldn't figure out what that icon was. Can you get rid of the crap? Yes, you can. It seemed like the same way you get rid of lice. There's a special, there's a special shampoo. From what I understand, you wash with.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can get rid of it, but you got to catch it early.
Mm.
Unfortunately, people be so focused on getting it, they don't look at the symptoms. So,
like Dane was saying earlier, though, but don't go back to the same spot and get it all over again.
Yeah. Oh, and condoms will not save you from craps.
Nope.
Nope.
You know what? I'm glad you said that because I'm convinced there's some stuff out there that's strong enough to burn through a condom. I don't know. Maybe I'm over exaggerating, but I really think it's some stuff out there that hadn't even been discovered yet. They don't even got a name for it.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that. You know, because it's like people just up and one day they just dying, and you'd be like, "What is going on?" And this is even before COVID hit. So
okay, I've been saying that before COVID hit. Yep. So and these niggas up and down that they players, and then you got these cats like me and Max was talking about earlier. These passport dudes talking about going to a foreign country and getting them a woman there. Yeah, you gonna mess around and catch something in that woman's culture that you don't know nothing about with your American-born ass.
Right.
And you can catch something and your shit wind up falling off and you be carrying it in your hand, begging for the doctor to sew it back on.
Yeah,
I know I'm stupid. I'm a fool. I know.
I mean, it's true. Like you said, you don't know what's going on in these third world countries. It's not like the medical system over there is better than over here. You know, so shoot. Yeah, you going over there putting your penis in something you have no business doing, and you know, or licking something you have no business doing, and you end up like Uncle Douglas.
Yep. Uncle Doug, what happened to Uncle Douglas?
He caught what was that? He caught cancer in the mouth.
Oh damn.
That's not an STDs. That's come from smoking.
That's what he said.
Huh?
That's what he said he got it from. He was doing.
Oh, I get it. That's what he said he got it from, but it might not be what he got it from, but that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
They were messing with all them chicks and going down on them and.
Oh
hell no! Oh no!
No, that's just an excuse he used so he don't have to go down. Now, if he had caught herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea, the mouth, yeah, but cancer, no. That's the tobacco products, cancer products, either the chewing tobacco, smoking tobacco, one of them tobaccos.
I'm gonna say it again for the third time. She said she loved you a long time. That's why she left you with something that's gonna stay with you for a long time.
She gave you a package that you can't get rid of. I tell you, man. What the stories.
She gave you a gift that keeps on giving and giving for a long time.
Yeah, well, Yvette, the reason why I think that it could be a possibility, but it seems like STDs can get through anything now. The condoms are too thin. They keep making them thinner and thinner. There's one called Barely There. I don't want a condom that says Barely There. I want it to be thicker.
Okay.
For a while there, I found a condom company in Australia. I gotta find it all over again, where they custom make condoms and they can make them thicker. I was like, what? Because that's what I was looking for. I was looking for thicker condoms.
Well, any way they can get to as close to raw as they can, they're gonna do it. Or they just go raw.
Yeah.
But shit, I'm just like, nah, bro, I can't. You can't be doing raw. I got to know this person for a long ass time before we go raw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
Mine is
say.
a friend of mine. He's afraid to go raw. He said because he kept hearing all the dudes that how once you do you can't not you can't, it's harder to go back to condom. And since he wasn't married, wasn't trying to have no kids, he refused not to wear a condom. Any woman that tried to encourage him to take off the condom will he would leave or he would get away from because he didn't trust him.
Well, he's better than most. He had that discipline.
Yeah, he's smart. He's smart.
So he know what it is. He know that shit. I'm not about to pay for these. I'm not about to pay for no kids, and I'm not about to go up there to the doctor with something I can't get rid of.
Nope.
And shoot, I'm like,
I'll tell you what. Them soldiers returned back from Vietnam with more than just Agent Orange. Oh, they returned with a few other things too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. Censored me too. I meant to, say, okay, hey, Doe is here. That was the name I was on there. But I never met him before, so he don't know that I'm a long talker. Or we get to talking, and it's a little harder for me to shift gears sometimes. As I said, it's like doing double dutch. When you see the opening, you gotta just jump in.
Yep. You gotta get in there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, I don't. I feel for these people. So I saw the topic. Is there a particular incident that happened that prompted this, or just?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a particular incident that prompted. He been seeing some stuff that I ain't been seeing because I was in my own little thing yesterday, and I've been sleeping because the kids were wearing me out at the school. But pretty much he just discussed with all the stuff that's going on between the Capitol riot, the inauguration, the voting, and everything else that's going on in the world. These guys are still talking
Max
about
is
black women.
Yeah, we getting Max and I get it. We just perturbed at the state of black manhood. We tired of it. I mean, it's like the niggas is still talking out their ass about irrelevant shit that ain't important. And with all these issues going on in the world, and these niggas talking about divesting and all that other dumb shit they talking about, and our community is in shambles. Now I done got started. Easily triggered, y'all. I just get easily triggered. I really do. There's a bunch of moist niggas running around on this platform because they this is the only time that they get bold is when they can get on a computer and behind a keyboard and hide behind a funky ass avatar. They get real tough. But when it comes to dealing with the real 3D world that we in right now, that we can actually physically touch each other, they quiet. They as humble as can be.
Oh well, you know how it is. This is social media gave weak, pathetic people a voice. Unfortunately, and especially now with all this uncertainty going on, they're gonna go back to what they know and what's comfortable. And what's comfortable is talking about stuff that, in the grand scheme of things, it don't matter. I'm like, wow, you still talking about dating in 2021? You just got a new president, and from what I've seen, from what I'm hearing, he might not do nothing for you. Still, so it's just like, look, I get it. Relations between black men and black women is, especially when you look at YouTube, it's kind of, it's not where it needs to be. But dang, it's like there's other things you got to worry about. Way more important stuff. I'm like, look, I look at it like this: if sex is that much of a problem for you, look, all you got to do, you got to go get $200. There are escorts right now. We'll take you $200, no problem. It ain't that hard. But it's just the fact that they want to be the guy that can. They want to be the guy that can come in, just come and go as they please. Women just fall on their knees for them, and they think that's a powerful thing. But look, in the grand scheme of things, when you see how most of these guys who think like that end up, you don't want to be that guy. It don't help you. Most of the guys end up broke. They're on the street. They're begging you for change. Nah, bro. I'm good. Look. I don't stress it like that. I got bills to pay. I got a future I got to build with. I'm gonna get old one day, and the last thing I want is for me to die, and it takes 2 days for somebody to find me because nobody gives a fuck. That's that to me. That's just, at that point, it's like, what did you do with your life, man? That people that nobody cared that much. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like they wasting time. Just keep beating a dead horse. It's black women fault. It's black women fault. Nobody believes you, and we fed up with it, and we know it's not black women's fault. Stop harping on it. Do something about it besides harp on it. Hey. Okay, if you want to believe it's black women's fault, which we all think you're wrong, okay, fine. Black women's fault. Don't deal with no black woman. Go do what you got to do. You got child support. Go make sure you're up to date on your child support. Keep all your receipts. You want your child, go to court to sue to have your child. I don't know, full, partial, whatever. At least try it. To say you at least tried and you did everything you could.
Yeah. Yeah, because, yesterday I was on a panel. No, not on the panel, but I was listening. And you hear the story that this guy, living with this woman, got kicked out the house because he really wasn't doing anything, wasn't helping with the kid, wasn't doing anything. Okay, this guy didn't see his child for a whole year, almost over a year. But as soon as he found out that his baby mama got married, she's getting married, and he see that the guy stepped in, trying to take care of the kid, Now he want to come around. But when you looked at it, and the host said all this, and do you know there was still dudes saying it's her fault? Now this lady, she hadn't filed child support. She hadn't gone to court on him. Nothing. And they say the guy still was complaining about not seeing his kid. I'm like, dude, you was gone for a year. What you want?
And if the mother said that, well, I didn't stop him. He could have easily came over.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It wasn't even the mother that the host. This was an email that was sent by the stepfather. Because he's like, what the fuck do we do? Because we like, you didn't see this kid for a year. You now all of a sudden, because I married her, now you want to come up and then call it at late at night talking about the kid. No, you're trying to see her, and then you still had dudes in the chat talking about it's the woman fault, the woman trying to keep them from the children. Mm-hmm. I'm like, and so I'm saying to us, okay, why didn't he just? Because I know the host was saying, well, he could have filed child support on himself, and then now she got to share custody. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking, like, why wouldn't he just go file for custody? Like 50-50 custody, just go to court.
Uh-huh.
Like, you had a whole year, you couldn't go, and it's not like you're paying an exorbitant amount of money to go file. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we're so fixated on the fact that these women are just evil women. And don't get me wrong, are there some ones that that go to court and make it difficult for the father to see their children? Yeah, I heard one guy's story that he's been fighting for years, risking prison time because every time he go try to see his kids, she's filing. She calls the cops on him every time. Mm-hmm. But the thing of it is, you have to try. You have to do something. I detest guys talking about can't see my kids, but you ain't tried nothing. You won't go to the court system. I'm not saying it's easy. You know, I'm not going to say it's that, but you got to do something.
What if it wasn't even the position where he had to go to court? What if she simply said he could have came and see him? I didn't have no restrictions on him. He could have came over here.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty much that was the case, because if she hadn't taken the child support court, I'm pretty sure she's like, look, you can come see the kid, but that's not his interest. His interest, it seems like, making sure he's in control of her. Some kind of jealousy stuff. I'm like, man, I can't.
These niggas got some nerve today. These niggas got a whole lot of nerve. They want to treat the woman like shit, but they don't want her to be with nobody else that's gonna treat her better.
That's crazy to me. I'm like, man, my ex, I was like, when we had broke up and we started talking, like, I don't know, like 3, 4, 5 months later, I was the one taking her to the date. That's how I called her. I didn't care. I'm like, hey, I mean somebody. Can you text me? Yeah. You got gas money? Yeah. I took her to where they're gonna meet, and I went and did my own thing. and like a week later after that, she said, you know, I was trying to get you jealous. I said, I didn't give a fuck. That's not my problem. I left you. If I left you, what do I care? Whoever you dating.
She's been dealing with them little weak dudes, like the one we just talked about. Soon as she looked like she got another person, he'd come running back. So she got you confused with one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like, man, no, I am not that. I'm sorry, sweet. I'm sorry, honey. I'm not that guy. If I leave, I'm gone. And even if she would have left, I still would have been gone. I'm like, no, you're not gonna get me because once it's over, once you say it's over, you don't want to see me no more. I'm good. It's nothing for me to just live my life. That's just the way it is. But these guys out here, man, I don't know. Especially when you got dudes killing these women. I'm like, and it's not like a lot of these dudes are that like they're just ugly. It's like, dude, if anybody should have that issue, probably be me. But I wouldn't even do that crap. But you? Why? I don't know, man. It is frustrating. It's sad, man, because we got so much going on, especially now, where, man, if you're not on top of your game, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and I always be like, okay, why can't the ugly dude hook up with the ugly woman and have ugly babies together? Or even if it's just for sex. Look, I ain't that attracted to you, you ain't that attracted to me, but nobody else wants, so let's just have some sex and have some fun. Be done. I know my mind just went into a logical and an illogical direction.
Well, the thing with sex is that it's very illogical and it's all about people's desires. The thing of it is that it's funny that the people who should get together, they tend to not get together. They're still chasing even the ugly girls, the nerdy guy, the ugly guy. They're still chasing the most attractive, and will do anything, just be a stepping stool for that particular person. It's only when they get older and they got burnt many times, then they look at the other person, and then they still not happy. That's the killing part. They still not happy. Yeah, that's what it is with some of these guys. They just not happy. They're not happy. They wasn't they wasn't the guy who could get the chick on command to do whatever. And again, that's only a small few, but then they don't understand the penalties that come with that. So
yeah, and then sometimes these so-called alpha dudes, they ain't going after the hottest chick. They're not going with what they call the dimes or whatever and stuff like that. They just whoever they're attracted to, whether she's ugly, plain Jane, or the dime, and they don't, if she's interested, okay, fine. If she ain't, they keep it moving. That kind of confidence, most of the time, is what attract the women.
They basically find out being as high value as they thought they were.
It's just like,
just because they're making that money, don't mean they get the woman or they keep the woman. Or they just keep attracting a certain type of woman who they so-called disdain because she's only interested in the money.
That's why, I always had they had that debate about tricking and all that it ruins the game. I'm like, first of all, if a woman's really attracted to you, she really wants you, your money is not going to matter. We know in the Black community that struggle love has been one of the biggest things since forever. So it's not the money. Are you attracted to her? Is she attracted to you but she find you somebody that she want to hang around. Mm-hmm. That's it. So it don't. None of that stuff matters. But to these guys, it's like, mm-hmm. my money should no. That's not how that goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember some dude had a live where he was saying he's not attracted to her. He likes her. She's a good person, but he just wasn't attracted to her. You know, he kind of put her in the friend mode because he said, "Hey, I just wasn't attracted to her. I can't help her. There's nothing I can do. It's not that she's not a good person, not a wonderful person. She's actually a great person, and I enjoyed talking with her and having conversations with her, but I'm just not physically attracted to her. And for men, if it ain't there, it ain't there. Nothing's gonna come up."
No,
something might come up. It just might be on him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But anyway, and it's like, okay. I was like, well, yeah. I said, okay, you got that from your point of view. Why does the guys don't get it from the woman's point of view? If she ain't attractive, she ain't attractive. It's not that you're not a good man, you're not a great man. She probably has a good time, have an honest conversation with her, but it's just not there. What you want her to do? Fake it? Force it? What?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to be in a situation like a cuck situation, I mean, that's fine, but let's be honest. A lot of women, especially black women, are not going to go for that. They're not going to be in the cuck situation. You know, white women would do it. Asian women will probably do it, but the black women, no, they're not doing the cuck thing. At least, and if they do it, it's not going to be a long-term thing. So, I don't know. I don't know what some of these guys want. Well, I do know what they want. They want to be the guy that can be like the player and can get any woman they want and have no responsibility. But at the end of the day, even those guys, they pay a cost. Mm-hmm. It's either before or after. You know,
and they don't all the time get the woman that they want.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they be lying. And a lot of times, look, these guys be lying to you. You thinking they're this Don Juan, but they probably getting a woman way uglier than the one that you might be interested in.
Uh-huh.
So it's like,
yeah. And besides, you do know the Don Juan book is a fiction book. Duh, it's fiction. It ain't real. That's not a real person.
No, it's not. It's just not. It's like, look, if she, like you said, if she attracted to you, it don't matter. You know, it's just, shoot. I like, and the less you stress it, the more the women come. I'm like my ex and I was just sitting in a college clubhouse playing Halo, and she was there. I didn't pay attention to her. I just saw her as, okay, there's another Halo player. So we playing Halo. And then just one day we just started talking, and that was it. I wasn't looking. It just happened. That's how it usually happens. Sometimes it's not. It's something you plan. It's just something that happens. It's some person you hanging out. Next thing you know, now you're talking. Now you're talking about relationships. Now you're talking about. Are you attracted to each other? And you write your notes about being sexually attracted to each other. So.
Wait a minute. No, he said click. He says one day just click. She said, is he saying cluck? As if someone if you know he said click. Okay. All right. I hate to cut y'all off, but hey, I got about 5 minutes left and I gotta go. Because we're coming up to the 6-hour mark. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the show turns into a pumpkin in the 6-hour mark, but hey, I can give 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Man, this is a good program right here. It's always a delight to talk with some grown folks for a change and about real topics. So yeah.
Well, like I would say to any guy, you still worry about the women. Dude. It's 2021. That time for worrying about the chicks is over. It's time to worry about yourself, getting your stuff together. Once you get yourself together, everything works out. So that's all I can.
Stop listening to those fake ass dating coaches who don't know nothing. You gonna sit up there and listen to another grown man tell you how to date a desirable chick? Man, please. I'm a grown man.
And then you don't even know if he's that guy. Because look, are you following this dude? You following this dude? I remember yesterday on the panel, they were talking about Kevin Samuels. And, the guy who's his defender, he was like, yeah, he worked with Michael Jai White.
Uh-huh.
And so I asked the guy on the panel, I said, hey, so did Michael Jai White endorse Kevin Samuels? He said no. So you're only going by what he said. Well, he's a man of integrity. I just bust out laughing. I had to get off the panel. I said, and then
Jai White's a married man too, by the way.
Yes, he's a married man.
Michael Jai White's a married man.
Your hero has been divorced multiple times.
He probably never even heard of Kevin Samuels.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, you're going by what this guy telling you. You don't know. I mean, like a lot of these dating coaches, you don't know.
Well, who said there was a dating coach? What certifications do they have to be a dating coach? Do they have any kind of are they registered with anyone or something? They have some kind of degree or something to be a dating coach? How you know they're a dating coach? Oh, because he get on YouTube and says a few philosophical deep things, and all of a sudden that makes him a dating coach. Man, please. I was like I said this about myself. I was high value before Kevin Samuels even became a household name, okay? Because I take care of business. I consider myself a high value man. I don't need another grown ass man tell me I'm high value, okay? And let them know I said it too.
I look at this. You shouldn't have to tell me what you are. People should tell you what they think who you are. One of the compliments I ever got was there was a coworker of mine. He had just promoted to sergeant, and he was leaving our unit. And it was his last day. I hadn't seen him in a while because we had changed shifts. But I was like, man, I'm sad to see you go, man. You were like the hardest working person at the unit, and he was. I mean, he pretty much ran that unit. If he was on duty, man, the lieutenants could go sit in the office, no problems, nothing, because he's going to handle it. The guy told me that he was inspired by me because I would always come to work. I don't come over there complain. I don't get complain to the supervisor about where I'm working and all that. So he said he was inspired by me, and that's the kind of compliment that people should have about you, that you don't even have to say nothing. They say it. that who you are. If you're high value, they should be saying you're high value. You shouldn't have to come on here and proclaim to the world, I'm high value, I'm a good guy, I'm a good girl, all this stuff. If people can't say that about you without you even saying anything,
yeah, exactly.
You're not who you say you are.
Exactly. The essence should just be oozing off of you.
Right. Even if you are a player and all that kind of stuff, a ladies' man, that stuff should be oozing off you. There should be women just coming to you out of nowhere because it just oozes off you, and you're not even trying. All that other stuff, it really don't matter. You know?
Yeah. And now check this out. I'm gonna go and say this much about myself. You know, women are not coming out of nowhere at my doorstep. They're not. But that's okay because see, I didn't put myself out there for that. And I believe in doing things the biblical way to begin with. He that finds a wife. I mean, I'm supposed to be finding the wife. So there. Mm-hmm. But see, that's another conversation altogether. I know I'm gonna piss off a whole lot of manosphere type of ideology, but I don't give a damn. I was sent here to piss the manosphere off.
It's okay. They're always pissed off. Don't worry about it. I don't even worry about it. Like, man, they always gonna be pissed about something. These dudes are. Some of those dudes are worse than women with that. It's like, oh God, are you mad about? It don't even matter what the women do. Okay. They're still gonna be pissed off.
Okay. Even if she is. Hey fellas, I'm sorry, but I gotta go. We're gonna have to piss them off another day.
All right, man. Sorry, you know how it is. We get on this topic. We're sorry, but anyway,
we sorry.
Yeah, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
Later, panel chat. All right.
All right. Peace, power, and unity, everybody. See y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, son. There's mad kids out there getting cream for the 9-5, bro. Yeah, and I've been doing this for a long time. You know, shoot the game going for mine. Alright. And this is the year when mad cats get peeled. So I'ma spark this line, kick the reel. Bang them out. With all this chaos in the realms of the street, your local street dog got to make ends meet. The average Joe's far too slow for the ghetto pro. You better know, when I hit the streets, I like to glow, I like to glisten. And at the same time, stay low, listen, motherfucker, the thing. Why I'm pursuing the dope. My stilo is symbolic to a kilo. Cash is popping, coke is cooking, beans is copping. Ain't that some shit? A player that used to live in riches, now a sticky kid. Caught up in a ditch. In 94, Giuliani kicked down the door. In 95, niggas flipped to stay alive. Peeling caps while I laugh. In the stats, the 4.5. Remy in the glass, spark the boom, then I blast. They wanna confine me, sneak up from behind me. Bust a cap in my back and put me where they can't find me. They hate to see a young player pay. I don't wanna see that. They rather see it spray. But I'm like Diddy, a Terminator, squeeze the lead off. Using verbs and nouns like rounds to blow your head off. Hitting up spots, heating up blocks. Investing in stocks like Colombian blow crops. I'm out to get cream and ain't no doubt in my mind. Fuck this broke shit, I'm hit, I get down for mine. I get down for mine. I hear you wanna be a player. I ain't someplace you bet. Let's play a game of real nigga roulette. Witness a DOA as I spray the melee. Contact and punctuation is compared to AK. You in a daze. Overdose for pure funk. I'm fucking off like Tommy Gun. My karma's a boot smoke. Decapitated rappers in my trunk. I'm sick. Pumping skunk bouncing with my click. Popping mega jump. I'm getting blank while these clowns be zigzagging. Once you talk about putting keys, come on, you're nickel bagging. I'm blasting off wigs and making doubters believe it. You see, I was packing heaters when jokers was banging cheerleaders. Ain't nothing changed. you still the same in the rap game. I'm known for banging rookies out the frame. Y'all done forgot who was the pimp from the start. Sipping vintage wine, eating a la carte. I'm phenomenal from the abdominal. Far from comical lyrics that stick in the brains like barnacles. Never sleep. I'm bringing the drama to the street with techniques and rolling in bleach. Ain't nothing sweet about the street, so I'm poetically ill. I'm pure like cook up and lyrics sound like fish scale. I got the brain at your throat and you ain't showing no signs. Cake Death, let them know I get down for mine. I get down for mine. Shake